Aš esu Povilas. Esu žmogus, kuris geriausiai pailsi kopdamas į kalnus, žygiuodamas miškais ir brisdamas per upes. Miško takas, kuriuo dabar žengiu, veda per Lietuvą, mano kraštą. Kai tik randu laisvą savaitgalį, įsiruošiu juo pakeliauti. Ar reikėjo drąsos pasiryžti keliauti pėsčiomis? Taip, juk buvau įpratęs ilsėtis patogiai. Bet dabar, kai jau žygiuoju nebe pirmąjį kartą, sakau, svarbiausia – geri batai, vanduo gertuvėje ir pats ėjimas. Keliauju vingiuotais Lietuvos girių takais, kartais žvyrkeliais ar šalikelėmis. Jau nebesuskaičiuoju, kiek aplankiau parkų, pažintinių takų, į kiek piliakalnių užkopiau. Kartais pasirenku atkarpą vedančią per didesnį miestą ir aplinkinius miestelius. Gėriuosi jais, stebiuosi, kiek nežinojau. Kelionėje paragauju visos Lietuvos skonių. Dzūkija mane pasitinka su dzūkiška banda, Žemaitija išlydi su kastiniu. Nežinojau, kad žvilganti saulėje ryto rasa gali būti ir šalta, kad lietus gali užklupti tada, kai jo mažiausiai tikiesi. Kartais man kelią pastoja krūmynai ar nuvirtę medžiai, bet kelias dėl to tampa tik dar įdomesnis. Eidamas miško taku niekada nesijaučiu vienas. Sutinku juo žygiuojančių šeimų, draugų grupių. Su vienais pasisveikiname ir išsiskiriame.
We start, we say labas rytas, we say labrit, we say tere homikust for colleagues from other countries. And the conference has two parts. We're going to be working till the lunch. Lunch is at 12 o'clock. And after lunch, we have the discussions. So we have a good selection of speakers in the morning and really good selection of speakers in the afternoon. And the conference today is to celebrate the opening of the forest trail of Lithuanian-Latvian part and the coastal hiking trail of Lithuanian-Latvian part. So it's a festival, it's a festivity, it's a celebration. We came for the joy because it's a big job has been done over 2 years. Even COVID didn't stop it, so we have it. And as the conference has festivities, we have an official opening speech, and I'm honored to invite Vice Chair of the Board at Kaunas Region Development Council, the Mayor of Kaišiadorys District Municipality, Vytenis Tomkus. Mayor, the floor is yours.
Labas rytas, mėly konferencijos dalyviai. Sveikinu visus atvykusius į šią tarptautinę konferenciją. Ir labai malonu, kad šiandien būtent konferencijos tema yra apie sveiką gyvenseną, apie kelionės pėsčiomis, apie naujus maršrutus, naujus takus ir įgyvendintą tarptautinį projektą. Aš manau, kad kaip tik ši nauja, ganėtinai turizmo šaka, keliavimas pėsčiomis vis labiau populiarėja.
The hiking is becoming more and more popular, and at the beginning we start with such shorter trails through the tracks of our partisans, but gradually they are growing into international trails and pilgrimage paths and seaside trails and routes, which are very useful to take. Not just to spend good time, not to just expand your horizons, but to find out about new things and to improve your health. Yes, because as you know, the work by sitting long, peeping at the computer screen does not add to your health. So being in the forest, on the seaside, just in the nature is a good thing. And it's important to use all those opportunities that are opening up, especially for the business, to establish all the necessary infrastructure to service those new trails and routes, to have some catering services, accommodation services, which are really needed, as we see examples in the world, for example, in the Spain, which is traditionally which has traditionally operating routes, pilgrimage routes. So we have still many things to do in this area and to continue the work that has been started and the projects that are ongoing. So Kaunas region, which unites 8 municipalities, is the region for improvement of health. We have several resorts, and we are happy that those municipalities are participating in this project in those international routes, and we can be happy about that. Such event is not just an opportunity for Kaunas region, but for everybody to activate cooperation with foreign countries. So welcome everybody here who are seeking novelties, innovations, and how to spend good time. So you're welcome here in Kaunas, in Lithuania. I wish you to have a good conference, to find out new things, and to travel as much as possible. So have a good time, everybody.
For the greeting words, thank you for the greeting that we are on a good track. We know it's a beginning. Everything should start somewhere, and it's not the end. It's never-ending story, as I understand. This conference, we speak about hiking tracks, cross-border hiking, but we also speak about how these tracks are being developed. Where does it start? Who takes part in it? And it's important to understand that it's not one-man show. It's a lot of people are involved, a lot of partners involved, a lot of decisions needs to be made. So in conference we have colleagues and partners from different levels. From down to the grassroots level up to the governmental decision makers. So next speaker, I'm pleased to introduce Marius Grochowskis from the Ministry of Economy and Innovation in the Republic of Lithuania, who is representing the Tourism Policy Division, and will be making a presentation on tourism policy challenges to improve and to adopt. Marius, welcome.
Hello, yeah, you can hear me. So first of all, thank you for the opportunity to be here, because after spending a year and a half working from home, we realized that it's not the tourism sector. Tourism sector must be live, must be seen in person. We have to travel, at least if it means traveling from Vilnius to Kaunas initially. So I have so much to tell you about. My presentation is super wide, but first of all, let me tell you how... Okay, that's strange. We missed some... Okay, excuse me. Kelių trūksta, bet... Okay, can you... Excuse me for the inconveniences. So I will start by saying that tourism, of course, must be planned as every sector of the economy. And the tourism sector has so many cogs in it that in order to make it a very nice process, we have to create an ecosystem of so many different small cogs. So one of them is the governing institutions of Lithuania. One of them is represented by me today, the Tourism Policy Division of the Ministry, which is a national level organization, and we are the main institution which is responsible for shaping the tourism policy, resort territory development policy, and we also take part in all kind of international organizations and diplomatic relations. Also on the national level, we have Lithuania Travel, and my colleague Aušra later will speak more about what they do. And we have a tourism council, which unfortunately due to COVID was not very active, but we believe it's an important organ, an important institution to collect all the different institutions into one place. and also State Consumer Rights Protection Authority, which oversees tourism service providers. And on the local level, we have basically tourism information centers, which are established in almost every municipality in the country. So in the tourism policy division, as we said, we have various tasks and various responsibilities. I am one uh, of those who create state aid schemes for businesses who has received losses due to COVID. So basically, our tourism policy and tourism planning was partly stopped in order for us to save the businesses, save companies. So we had to give financial incentives in order to remain liquidity of the businesses. So what we had before the COVID in 2019, I guess in all the countries that you represent here, the situation was very similar. Tourism sector was growing steadily. The number of both inbound and domestic tourists was increasing quite rapidly, almost by 11%, and everything went fine. We were planning how to even increase these numbers more, but then COVID-19 broke out and it changed all the plans. As you see, minuses everywhere, so I know that worldwide it was almost the same. Of course, incoming tourism felt more rapidly than the local tourism, and you can see here are also Ryan's graphs showing that how the situation evolved. So basically, in our inbound tourism fell by 4 times. So it was about 2 million tourists a year, and now it's only about 500,000 of tourists. And domestic tourism, it fell by 20-30%, and it's starting to go back to the previous numbers. But not only the numbers change, but also changes the behavior and traditions of the tourists. And first of all, COVID affected the older generation more. So the younger generation is still traveling, but the way they change, the way they plan their trips has changed. So first of all, the tourists, they want to stay longer. They want to travel shorter distances. They want to stay more in the nature. They need the tourism service providers to be sustainable. And what has also increased is staycation, when people are mixing work and travel. So they go to some place and they spend a month there, for instance, and they both work and explore the area. So we realized that by 2021 that our lives are, we cannot imagine our lives without vaccine and immunity passports, without all kinds of registrations, all kinds of documents. And we realized that the business must be sustainable and the trips take more time and more place in the nature. And we created all kinds of programs. There was a European communication for the businesses who had losses for due to COVID and etc. So we got used to this, and by the beginning of this year, we understood that this is going to be a perfect year, and Lithuanian tourist numbers should be almost the same as it was in 2019. But then the war broke out. So it has halted our expectations again. And what we see now that many tourists, especially from the Western European countries, especially those traveling in large groups, they started canceling their trips. And now it's expected that only 20% of all the tourists who tried to, or who had planned to come to Lithuania this year will finish or actually come to the country. But unfortunately, we don't have the newest data, so we don't know the actual impact. But I don't know about the other Baltic states. At least in Lithuania, we have quite big fears from the foreigners who imagine that the war actually takes place here, which I hope you saw it does not. So you see a red graph over here, and it shows how tourism has been affected in the European level. And as you see, it's the most it goes down the most out of all the sectors. So the European Union, the European Council realized that, and they saw that this sector must be tackled the first. When we talk about new strategies, implementing new strategic plans and documents, since tourism was really making a huge part of all the European economy, 9.5 total GDP. So there was a tourism transformation pathway created by all kinds of different stakeholders. And the main areas where tourism has to change has been noted down as digital transition, which means that both the companies and the services they provide have to be modern, innovative, and digital. And they should also be green. They're kind of interconnected with each other, because green transition also means that companies must take care of the nature, environment, do all kind of innovations to protect, to stop the climate change, carbon emission impact, etc. And resilience means that not only our tourism sectors in the whole Europe must be resilient to the next crisis that may appear, but also we have to protect the remote regions and the people and businesses who are the most affected by all kinds of natural or non-natural or man-made crises. So here in Lithuania, we after following those recommendations of the European Commission, we created a national progress plan, and on it we had the latest date. Actually means the data of 2020, where we had the travel service export, as you see, over 1 billion, and we expected that by 2030 we will reach over 2 billions, and tourism share of the GDP would also almost double. But due to COVID, you see on the left that we not only we did not manage to increase the number, but it actually tripled down, and almost the same happened with the share of GDP. I will skip this. So what we faced as major issues and challenges here in Lithuania, and they're almost similar to the ones in European Union, is that we need to effectively manage our tourism and its marketing, that this development must be sustainable. We need to take care of people who work here, and we need to improve their work skills. We need to fund the sector more. We need to take care of health and safety of the tourists. And there are many emerging opportunities that all of us should try out. So this is, I didn't translate this part because it's just in Lithuanian. What we did, we met with our stakeholders, businesses and institutions, and we created a map, a tree of the problems that we want to solve in the next 10 years. And followed by that was proposed actions. So basically we created two measures. One of them is tourism sector transformation. Basically this is a measure where we realize that the data is the most valuable thing that there exists, and it's especially necessary for the future. But we don't really have the data, or it arrives very late. Like our statistics department only gives us the information after 3 or sometimes 6 months. So we started creating, or we will be creating a new system which will collect and then disseminate various tourism data, tourist numbers. We will have a map which will show where the tourists and one-day visitors are located on the map, so we will know the red zones where there are most people and areas which are not so popular, so it will help us manage the over-tourism. And of course, businesses using this data could provide new services or improve their management. Also, what we want to do is to try creating first destination management organizations in the country. It's still a new thing because for now tourism information centers can and are only created in specific municipalities, but we want for municipalities to cooperate and to include businesses to create greater value for everyone. And the second measure is, as you see, improved infrastructure and marketing, which means that we will create new means for better marketing, including a new website with tools for creating trips. And we know that one of the issues we have in Lithuania is low connectivity, so there's a project which will help increase the amount of tourism routes. So we will try to do marketing stuff there, but that there will be many more marketing campaigns, including on sustainability, on the natural tourism, and some infrastructure projects, but they're not yet decided. So according to the polls, Europeans are ready for their tourism destinations and the services to be green and to be sustainable. But what does sustainability means? Not everybody knows. And it's not only the optimal use of the environment, but it should include all kinds of aspects, socio-economical actors, such as people from lower economical strata, or people who live in remote areas, people with lower education, etc. And sustainability is not only about it's not only what the government should be responsible for, but also every business and every traveler. We expect them to learn to be more demanding and to be more friendly to the nature, and to be more thinking when he or she decides to go on a trip. So everyone's input is important. What we still lack is the data, as we said, so we have to monitor everything and to collect the data, so therefore we could do something like, for instance, conserving the natural and heritage and biodiversity. But basically, this is what I already said. So, excuse me. So how can we improve? And by how can we improve, I mean, what could we do to make sustainability and natural tourism more effective and more useful for all of us? So first of all, of course, we need more cooperation. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we have Tourism Council, which still we don't use very actively, but it will be used later, and we need to include. It's not only in the hands of the ministry, but also every organizer, every institution. They should also include other institutions, other organizations, businesses when they create something, or when they want to market and just share their products. What I mentioned is Lithuania is hard to reach by air, especially. This is going to be changed soon. Local transport is not very well developed, and it has it shares the same things as the third one, where tourism objects and trails are not connected, and we already have so many beautiful paths and other tourism objects in regions, but sometimes if you want to go from one to another one, even though there is only a very small distance between them. There is no infrastructure, and it's impossible to just walk from one place to another one. We need car for that, or the public transport is not well established, not well maintained. So it will be changed also in the nearest future by the Ministry of Communication. A lack of services in regions. I hope that these trails that are presented today will give a nice impact for everyone, and businesses will see it as an opportunity. But still, if you go to smaller places, it's really difficult sometimes to get accommodation or catering services. Of course, society is looking for new opportunities, especially due to the lockdowns, when the only attraction they could do was walking in the nature. So I was really glad that people started walking, and like in Vilnius, we have this 100 kilometers around the city, and it allowed people to see that Vilnius is in a very beautiful natural location, and the landscapes are wonderful. So people realize that it's not then only the main park in the city center that can be visited, but also our forests, riversides, valleys, etc. So hopefully they will not only want to see it as just an attraction, but also as a time-passing activity for well-being. And the last thing I want to introduce is travel tech. It's a relatively new thing. Our ministry want to create a kind of a small revolution using IT technologies and other travel technologies in order to make our tourism sector even more competitive, even more advanced and cooperative. So this is relatively new. We will share other news in the nearest future, what we have to do with this. So I finished my presentation here. Thank you for your attention. My contacts are here if you need it.
Thank you, Marius, for your insights. Thank you very much. We will take questions after the first two speakers because we're speaking on a governmental level. I just want to highlight that you're doing a great job. You need your leadership in communicating between municipalities. And I really liked in one of your slides the little line that upgrade green and digital skills for stakeholders. So this is something tangible, look forward to be implemented for us. Thank you, Marius. The next speaker is from Lithuania Travel, Aušra Grikštaitė, to present the potential of Lithuanian nature tourism. Aušra, welcome.
Welcome. Hello, everyone. Presentation will be in Lithuanian. We can do English. So, taigi aš kalbėsiu apie turizmo potencialą.
So I'll talk about the potential of Lithuanian nature routes. So I will start with what has Marius told. He's from the Department of Ministry of Economy and Innovation. So I am representing the agency which is curated by the Ministry of Economy and Infrastructure. Some technical difficulties, sorry. Is it better now? Okay. So I will continue now about Lithuania travel. Who are we? We have three directions in which are we working. So one of the main directions is marketing and communication. We are organizing marketing campaigns in Lithuania and abroad, trying to attract tourists from abroad and inbound tourism.
Tai visa šita veikla yra reikalinga tam, kad mes
All these activities are necessary so that we know what we want to advertise, which markets are the most potentially attractive for us, and how to recognize those tourists so we know better what they need and what can we offer to them. The third direction is B2B, the development of cooperation. That's by going to events and establishing contacts. So to promote group tourism, so to engage foreign tourism organizers, so they can organize tours to Lithuania. And I'm from the department from analytics. My name is Aušra, so I will talk more about the potential of Lithuanian nature tourism, so to implement that area, how the nature tourism looks in the eyes of Lithuanians and foreigners. So how do Lithuanians evaluate the nature tourism? I'm having the data from Department of Local Tourism Agency. So where you see those green lines, so these are related with the nature, and these are they are on the top of our priority list. That's active tourism in the nature, and it's chosen more predominantly than going to clubs or eating at restaurants. So this nature tourism is really attractive to Lithuanians. Now to get a closer look, so which activities specifically are attractive. So 30% of local tourists, they choose active leisure in the nature. That can be all kinds of like trailing and cycling and all kinds of tourism. So more than half are saying that they are choosing the quiet leisure, spending time that's in the nature. And again, more than 50% are saying that they are involved in active spending of time. So what's important, where Lithuanians choose where to travel. So I selected two elements related to nature. That's the objects of natural tourism. That's trails, towers, pylons, and all kinds of infrastructure. So many of them mentioned that natural objects are important, and the infrastructure of natural resources, so not just to have natural objects, but that they will be accessible with parkings and infrastructure, so it would be easy to use those objects. And more than 50% of local Lithuanians are saying that the beauty of nature is the reason why they are choosing to travel Lithuania. And that's quite a high number. And we think that those who travel in Lithuania, they're saying that beauty of nature is one of the main reasons. So really, that nature, as I said at the beginning, is loved by Lithuanians, and the beauty of nature encourages them and drags them out of home to travel. So that's about local situation, and now I will say how foreign markets are seeing and evaluating potential of Lithuanian nature tourism as a possible destination. So these are the market research done in different countries. So we asked spontaneous associations. Of course, those surveys are really broad, but we asked what are these spontaneous associations when you hear the name of Lithuania. So for Germans and British, quite often they have the association that they associate Lithuania with nature. And the second, that's number 2 in the list of those associative ideas. I don't have the full list, but that nature could include forests, lakes, and so on. But nature is high on this rating. So now I will go through different markets, which are potential markets with whom we are working in the area of tourism, from whom we would like to have tourists. So one of those markets is Germany, and for Germans, really the values of Lithuanian nature are among top 3 reasons why they are planning their trips to Lithuania. So general, they want to see something new and attractive price, but these are the top 2. And then on the third, almost 40% say that Lithuanian nature causes me to think about traveling to Lithuania. 23% of Germans are saying that nature tourism are saying that natural tourism is among the most attractive of tourism on offer in Lithuania. So that's the second place in the priority directions. And also what we can see, that those who had been in Lithuania, the number of their responses is even higher. That means that those who had been in Lithuania, they find nature more attractive than those who hadn't. So Germans are really more often choosing the leisure time in the nature, and that is popular. And Germans are really rating highly that out of 5. They are saying that my experience is 4.5, what I have experienced while spending time in Lithuania in the nature, and 82% of the respondents said that they liked the nature when they visited Lithuania. Now the United Kingdom, what we can see. In the UK, the values of nature are high on the list. So 38 say that they are thinking about traveling to Lithuania because of the nature. Here, the natural tourism is a bit lower among the most attractive areas. So Brits are more willing to choose like a short weekend escape to the city, then gastronomic tourism and cultural tourism. So, but natural tourism is at number 6. So if we look at the numbers, so lake leisure is on top, and other activities are also attractive. And 76 of Brits are saying that, yes, they liked nature in Lithuania. I will not talk about Poland already, but who's interested, I can share the slides to have more information about those markets. We have numbers how Poles are evaluating. If we take a look, Poland, Germany, Israel, United Kingdom, and Finland, of those, among them, one of the main reasons to travel to Lithuania could be natural tourism. I would like to tell one case, not related to statistics, but about the surveys. As I mentioned, we are doing B2B activities. We're going to various events. So last June, there was an event in Israel where Lithuanian nature was presented as one of the tourism products. And tour organizers came and agents, and quite quickly that interest in Lithuanian nature among Israeli people was quite quickly happening. And one of the organizers from Israel, they said, we want tour in Lithuania, and they came to Lithuania. They looked around what is possible to see, where they can take tourists, and in October they brought the first group already to Lithuania. So in October, that was last year, the group of Israelis they came to Lithuania to their first tour, and specifically it was the group of pedestrian trail trackers, and that's the same to organizers continuing to organize groups to Lithuania. They made a booklet, and they are planning to sell that. They continue selling, and they are organizing tours to Lithuania. So I've told it so fast. So if you have any questions, you are welcome to discuss after the lunch. So thank you.
Very much for your insights. Stage for a while, because I promised I'll give an opportunity to raise some questions if somebody has any ideas, reflections to ask for Ausra and Marius. Anyone? I have one. Ausra, don't leave. I'll have a little one as well for you and Marius. Maybe you can both reflect, because you know, Marius spoke about strategics, Ausra spoke about the numbers. Both are important. If not good strategics, we don't get the good numbers. Now, we know in tourism data, incoming tourism, we count arrivals. We count arrivals at the airport, we count arrivals at the hotels, we count arrivals at the border crossings. Now, with international routes opening up in the Baltics, we will get people who don't fly, people who don't arrive by car, they simply walk in. Is there any discussion how to measure the ones who cross the border on foot in the middle of the forest, and how to get the numbers that we reflected in the statistical data?
I can try to answer, you know, but it's only an idea like to start from. Basically, the tourists that cross the border on their foot, they will definitely anyway sleep somewhere, you know. So and tourists, according to our definition so far, it's basically they are counted when they sleep somewhere in accommodation. So that's one way. But of course, one-day visitors, well, I hope they cross the border, so they probably will not go back on the same day.
Yeah, so it's interesting topic. I think we'll be discussing it later on. Marius, do you have any reflections on this? If not, we can.
I can shortly add that there are various methodologies. So, for instance, there can be laser beams or something which would count everyone passing by. But of course, if it's a forest, there may be an animal passing by would also be counted as a tourist, which he probably is not.
Yeah. Okay, Marius, the word is said. We'll get the laser beams, that's promised. Everyone puts a note. So thank you very much. Thank you much for your thoughts. And the program continues. I have a great honor to introduce Steen from European Rambler Association. Steen, thank you for bringing the European badges to Lithuania and Latvia. We haven't had it before. I think it came with your organization. So Steen will be speaking on e-path concept in Europe and people. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Yeah. And please note, I just got it 5 minutes ago. So, dear all, thank you very much for the invitation to this conference, which says that trails are good for many things, among others for hikers, for communities, and for economy. Trails are many things, and they can be used for many things. There are trails close to the homes where people can use the trail to get fresh air or to go with their dog. There are trails in the nature where people may walk for some hours or a day for exercise and mental charging. Then there are longer routes which are typically used for weekend or holiday trips where you want to experience nature and culture around the route. And now we are approaching the e-path, which I will be talking a little bit about, which are the very long routes of thousands of kilometers. Just be sure to hit the right button. That one. The European path, the e-paths as we call them, they are the backbone of Europe's walking trails. They are long-distance trails that connect national and regional walking trails and provide intercultural experiences across the borders. In other words, e-paths connect people and are the paths for peace, understanding, and unity. E-paths are European long-distance trails which links the countries from North Cape to Crete, from the west in the Baltic Ocean to the Carpathians, the Black Sea, and also the Baltic Sea. There are 12 e-passes in total, and they having the unsexual names from E1 to E12. These e-passes are waymarked and maintained by the members of by the European Ramblers Association. The e-paths they run on existing national or regional trails with the trail's own marking. However, it has been agreed to identify the e-paths here and there with a uniform marking, which is a blue shield with the yellow stars of Europe, in the middle of which the letter E and then the number. Over the last years, ERA's e-pass working group has worked hard to improve the knowledge about the e-pass. Furthermore, we have also created the so-called verified e-path. They are the e-pass where the data are confirmed by our member organizations. And the data there include the track and a lot of good information about the e-pass in the specific country. Today, nearly 50% of all the e-pass in Europe are verified e-pass. And ERA recommends to use the verified e-pass. And the two e-pass in the Baltic states, they are verified e-pass. So we recommend your trails. In 1972, 50 years ago, when the e-pass were created, the vision was mentioned by ERA's president, Dr. Fabak. He said, the European long-distance hiking trails are intended to connect the most important low mountain ranges and hiking areas in Central Europe. And they are intended to bring the mountain and hiking clubs and their members working in these areas closer together. We want to use these paths to bring people from different countries together. We want to use these paths to bring people from different countries together, and we want these hikers to be able to cross national borders with their feet, with strength and feet, and can it without passport and customs controls. We're having a Swedish guy sitting here without his passport. And these trails to make them feel at home everywhere. These hiking trails should bring the people closer together, but they should also become great exclamation points for the cultivation of hiking, because there is no better recreation for people than hiking, and the hiking trails are the best connections from people to people. The vision back then has largely become reality in the meantime. Today, the network of routes planned and coordinated by ERA comprises 12 hiking trails, as I mentioned before, totaling over 65,000 kilometers. They are maintained and improved by many hundreds of nearly many thousands of volunteer hikers. After the fall of the Iron Curtain, the e-paths were extended to the former Warsaw Pact countries in the eastern part of Europe. So, with these extensions, Europe is really united in Europe. In one Europe, and that is one Europe. And tomorrow I will travel to Detmold in Germany, where the project 12 Wege in Europa, we call it 12 e-pass, one in Europe, will start. The project is also called Europe on Foot. The vision of this project says hiking means freedom. Long-distance hiking on the European long-distance hiking trails even means unlimited freedom. Seeing and getting to know Europe with your own eyes, that is the declared aim of this initiative. Laid out over several years, we want to tell the myth of the e-path. 22, this year, will be the year of the revival of the trails managed by ERA, and in times of war in the heart of Europe, also the year of European unity. To this end, the German hiking magazine, together with their Austrian partner, they have launched this project, 12 Wege in Europa, or as we call it, 12 e-pass, one Europe. This is an initiative to focus on unlimited freedom in Europe as a strong commitment to more sustainability through gentle tourism, supported by the fascination of long-distance hiking. Every year, a team of hikers made up of editors, of influencers, and celebrities will walk on one of the 12 e-pass in sections and discover the limitless diversity of rural areas in Europe. This year, 22, for the start of an initiative could hardly be more appropriate. Not only will E1, which is the one we will focus on this year, it's the first of 12 e-pass, turn 50 this year. The Maastricht Treaties, which is the current version of the EU, is based on that, will also be celebrating their 30 years birthday anniversary. So the European idea is the indisputable core of the 12 Ways, One Europe initiative. We hike through Europe's enchanting regions, meet interesting people, and discover the most exciting myths and stories in the heart of Europe on foot. I hope you will support the ideas of this 12 Ways, One Europe, especially when E9 and E11 will be in focus in one of the coming years. In fact, I'm very happy that both E9 and E11 have been extended to the Baltic states. It has been a huge job to establish these two routes, and with them, and especially with E11, the Baltic states are connected to and united with the rest of Europe. E11 passes 6 countries from the Baltic Sea to the English Channel, and E9 passes 10 countries along the coastline from the Baltic Sea to Tarifa in Spain. So, the two e-pass, I think Juris knows these pictures. So the two e-pass are in every way fantastic opportunities to experience Europe and experience unlimited freedom. And I sincerely hope that the two e-pass will bring many hikers from other parts of Europe to your beautiful countries to have great experiences here. Thank you very much. This was my speech, and I know I'm in front of time, so I will be open for questions and or remarks. And I unfortunately have to leave you because of this initiative in Germany tomorrow. So I'm leaving just after lunch. So I think we have, I don't know if we have, I think we have much time to discuss a few things.
Yeah, thanks, Steen. We are ahead of time. Time is important. Does anyone have questions before Steen leaves the floor? Because Steen is a guru, as I say, of our e-paths in Europe. Okay, if no questions, thank you, Steen. And if questions come, please write down and we can pass it over. Yeah. Thank you very much. We follow the agenda, and I'm honored to invite Kenneth Jolson from Skåne.
Thank you.
On my way. Yeah, we heard you have no passport, so procedure takes longer, you know. But we'll get things ready. Before Kenneth is ready, I just want to double check. How many of you have been on a forest trail in the Lithuanian part? Can you raise your hands up? Okay.
I was also
yesterday. Okay, in Kaunas. Well, half. So it's still, and the coastal Lithuanian part of coastal trail, the same people. So it seems you're traveling together, I guess, all the time. That looks like. Kenneth is ready. So Kenneth, the floor is yours, and Kenneth will be speaking on development of national framework for trails in Sweden, incorporating 20 years experience. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Woo. It's an honor to be here. Finally, with or without passport, you always manage. Yeah. Okay. So today I'm standing here as a representative for the National Framework for Hiking Trails in Sweden. And it's a project that is started up in the beginning of 2020. And we are ending the work this autumn in October. So it's a project that basically behind it, it's all, you find all the 24 regional DMOs in Sweden, and it's tourism in Skåne that are actually the owner of this project, and Visit Dalarna that is in charge of the project management. So it's a cooperation, and it's sponsored by funds from the Agriculture Board and from the Agency of Economical Growth and Economical and Regional Growth. So we have a lot of different partners involved in different levels of work. So, for example, we have the Environmental Protection Agency as a very important partner, and we have the Swedish Tourist Association, which are actually the guys in Sweden that are responsible for our e-paths. The nature tourism entrepreneurs are involved, and the Church of Sweden, for example, with the pilgrim trails. So a lot of different partners in this. Everything, you hear me, right? Right. So a few words about this figure standing in front of you right now. I have been working with recreation, outdoor experiences, trails for a little bit over 20 years now. So I started up actually working with kids. Oh, it's my hair again. I can't make a move right now, so. Okay, he seems to be satisfied, so I carry on. Yeah. One way to connect to nature, of course, among the younger generation, it's important to you can see the trails are important factor in that work. And I started up working with that and became more and more involved just in working with trails, mostly hiking trails, but also canoe trails and cycle trails. So in Skåne, the most southern province in Sweden, I was in charge of the Skåneleden Trail, which is our regional lowland trail. So I worked with it for a lot of years, and now I am consulting all over Sweden, you can say, with developing trails and management of trails. And I also work as a guide, so from time to time I have the it's very satisfying to bring people out in nature, and yeah, you know. And I also write guidebooks, so if you're ever going to the south of Sweden to do some hiking or cycling, you should check the guidebooks up. There is actually one in English for the Skåneleden Trail. Just good for you to know. The name of my company is Mind Trekking, and I live outside the famous university city Lund, so you know where I am located. It's a small village called Dalby, most famous for the oldest remaining stone church structure in Scandinavia. Yeah, I love hiking. I love to be outdoors, and it's really nice to hear about your engagement for making it happen with a long distance or 2 long distance trails here in the Baltic states. So hopefully in the future I will check parts of it myself. I have been mostly within Europe. From time to time I try to sneak away and make a trek, and it started up 20 years ago about my Virgin tour. It was on the West Highland Way in Scotland, and from that I continued to visit different trails in Europe. My most famous adventure up to now was crossing the Pyrenees back in 2017. I walked in 2 months from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mediterranean Sea, following the GR11 on the Spanish side of this mountain area, and it was a fantastic experience. So just to spend time on the trail, not just a day or 2 or weeks, even for months. It can be a great experience, I think, for modern man. Yeah, the situation in Sweden, it's like we have in the south and the middle of the country, there is most often some kind of regional lowland trail established. In the best of cases, there is like some kind of principal, some kind of regional coordinator, often from the regional council, that coordinates the work. We have pilgrim routes, most of them not in that good condition, but we're working on it to make it better. And of course, a lot of local paths around the country. In the north, you find wilderness trails in the mountain areas, and these wilderness trails in the north, they are actually under the command of the state. So, but the lowland trails, which are located where people actually live, are not funded by any state money normally. And we don't have any national trails for hiking. We have now, since a couple of years back, we have it for cycling, for not for mountain biking, but for like touring biking, tourism biking. And of course, in the work we are doing, we have been looking for this model as well on the hiking trail side of things. So, what we have been doing so far, we have been developing within this framework for hiking trails a system of national criteria for hiking trails. We haven't had that in Sweden, and amazingly enough, but now we have. So we presented this last year. And the content of these criteria are actually the 5 categories on the left here: physical trail, organization, experience, service, and communication. I will show you soon some not all of it, but some samples of what is our recommendation for this kind of work. We have also included a toolbox where people that work with trails can find good example and inspiration. It's all about, maybe it's templates for agreements with the landowners. Maybe it's some kind of quality standard for a trail, or about sustainability or whatever. There's a lot of documents to help you with your work with trails in this toolbox. So, and of course, the goal is like, we would like to have a system of sustainable, quality assured and attractive hiking trails. And we think this is not like any regulations that says that, okay, you must do like this. This is recommendations for now on. Maybe in the future, this will be the foundation for a system of national trails. We are not there yet, but it can be. And then it's not recommendation, then it's criteria, right? So no criteria at this moment, only recommendations. And it's, of course, these criteria are based on the sustainability global goals for 2030. So there's a connection to that. And we also have connections to the Swedish government that have goals for the outdoor arena. So we have to consider that as well, of course. So, why is it a good thing to develop and have established quality criteria for hiking trails? Well, as we heard, it's the same here with more and more people getting out in nature. That's a really good thing, right, to experience. But there are also sometimes some difficulties coming with that. So to have an organization in place that can handle these issues is very important. And in Sweden, if you look back in time, it have been, I could say, a lot of waste of taxpayers' money, because a lot of trails has been established in different projects. And when the project ended, there is no one managing the trails. So 3, 4, 5 years later, the trail is in a very bad condition. And you can see that the management is like based on quick fixes only. So that's a thing that we need to avoid in the future, to make a long-term solution a good one. And we, of course, have today many visitors that are not experienced, that are not used to spending time in nature. And you can see that that often requires another level of maintenance and services and so on. Landowners are now getting more and more concerned about, we have the public rights in Sweden, so it's you can move your body even if you're walking on another land on land that you don't own, of course. But it's important to have these written agreements with the landowners, we say, because to avoid conflicts and have a positive dialogue. And you see that the growth of interest from the visitors to actually feel safe when they're out on the trail, and a marketing argument is also the connection with, of course, the quality assurance. It's a complex world, this working with trails. So it's not so easy as you think from the beginning, and therefore it's really to make it sustainable. It's good to have different parts working together. You need that. And of course, the information about the trail to the visitors should be updated so the message they get sitting home with the mobile phones, that will be the same picture they get when they're actually walking the trail, right? And of course, as you talked about before, it can be an important factor, trails, for the local economy. Yeah, we have a small introduction to the criteria. I won't go into that further, but you can see it as a recommendation, and as you see, we point out that for example, that sustainability material choices should be made with the least possible negative environmental impact. That's the message throughout the whole of the criteria, you can say. So to begin with a little sample from the first category about the physical trails, as what characterizes a hiking trail that is attractive and safe for the visitor. One of these factors are, of course, the trail markings, that they are in place. So we have some recommendation about what kind of color to use and the distance between the trail markers and so on. And under this category, we also have a few recommendations about, for example, signs and security for crossing roads and so on. So I won't go further into this, but I will instead point out that the way we see it, working with this, the main key to approach and be successful with trails is the organization behind it. Because we can have from time to time, if we're lucky, really supporting staff that is really having a great deal of knowledge working with the trail out in nature. But you know, people, they are quitting their jobs or like to do another exploration in life and leave for different purposes. So that's not enough. Without the organization as a foundation for the work with the trails, there will be no sustainability. A quality standard for every trail, it's a good thing because every partner that are involved with the work, they have a document they have agreed on, you know. So this is the purpose of this trail. This is the target group, and we all have the ambition to have this level of quality working with this trail. To have a quality standard in place, it's very it's necessary. And we also recommend, of course, that that we have like very clear a picture of which partner is doing what. So there will be no confusion about who is responsible for what. And that also is a decision that needs to be taken by the highest instance of the organization involved. So it's not like the manager of the park unit in a municipality like writes this agreement with the regional council about having the trail in a good condition. It should come from the city council or and so on. So you have something to fall back to, like there is an agreement in place. And as you see, these are examples of different issues working with a trail that needs to be clarified, and that you have like a real contact person in every organization that are in charge, so you know who to talk to, and not, you know, oh, I'm not in charge of that, you have to talk with blah blah blah. No, clarify it and keep up the work. Maintenance plan, we recommend, it's good for the trail manager to produce a plan, so they know what to do, and they have like their eyes on the trail, so they can actually have a plan for it, also to the politicians, for example. They can show okay, this is the conditions we have to, this bridge is in a bad condition, next year we need to repair it or replace it, because if we don't, it will be a safety issue for the visitors, and so on. And we also point out, for example, that everyone who's doing practical work with the trail should have completed some kind of training, so because we want the visitors don't care which region or municipality they are walking in at the moment. We need to take care of that. It's recognized. It's wherever you follow this trail, it has the same markings and the same standards and so on. So. Inspection and follow-up, it's important. In many cases, you can see that there is, like on the tourism sector side, you do a lot of marketing. Come here, visit our area. We have beautiful nature. And yeah, have they even talked with the management of the trail? Sometimes you have these issues, you know, and it's a bad luck, because in one way they maybe say, okay, we know people want to reach out for nature, so that's a good thing, we can do business. Yeah, on the other side, you see in the same municipality or region that the guys working with the management, they have no budgets, they have no mission to keep the trails in a good condition. That's not so smart, right? So one way to have an eye of the trail exactly is to actually be out there and do the work and do the inspections. And of course, we recommend, like, you have clear and long-term mission from your own organization, and you have a dedicated budget for the trail. We can see that's important for the politicians to see the trail as a resource. If it's only like, yeah, we have money to take care of the football fields, and when there is a need out there somewhere on the trail, yeah, we have some spare time to send this caretaker out to take care of this. No, when you have a budget dedicated for the trail, you can also see that yeah, it's possible to work with maintenance plans and get a kind of status for the trail itself. So it's important. The landowners, of course, they are the main factors. Without the approval from the landowners, there will be no trail. So to have a good connection and to be actually able to have an ongoing dialogue with the landowners. I know in some parts we have like a yearly annual meeting that the landowners can come, and they get a free ticket for an ice hockey game, or they get a cold beer or something, and then they have the possibility to say that, okay, this season we have some problems with this or that. So to have an ongoing dialogue, I think the landowners really appreciate, and they know there is a person that are responsible for the trail, so they know who to talk to if they're having some kind of issues. Insurance, to clarify, insurance for the landowners and for the people working with the trails out there, it's also important. And the digital management, it's also like we talk a lot about the physical trail, but also the digital management is important because, for instance, if you don't have the trail with you when you're doing the planning, the community planning, it's easy to just forget it. So when the state is coming to build a new railway or a highway or something, no one noticed the trail, and suddenly there is a highway that's impossible to cross, and there will be a lot of work to make it possible to connect the trail again. So therefore it's very important that the municipalities indeed have their trail in their planning. And of course it's also nice for the visitors to have like updated information on websites and printed products and so ever. We have laws, of course, and we need some permits, not only in protected areas. So that's a good reminder for some people who works with this. Experiences, it's about, you know, the landscape, the nature, the culture, and different themes connected to that, for example, pilgrim trails. So to really notice that this is important for the hikers as well. If you have a special identity in one area, this should also be made approachable for the hikers, so they can see like, okay, we have like a tradition in many parts of Sweden, like the people in charge of the trails are like, oh yeah, it's about going out in the forest, and then you walk like 20 kilometers in deep forest with no variation, isolated and so on. And you see clearly that if you are, even if you are regional and indeed a national or international visitor, you appreciate to have like connection with the landscape, with the people that are living in the landscape, with the if there is a typical farmer buildings in this area or whatever. So this mix is important for the visitors, not just to see trees for the whole walk. In the communication, we address what should the information address to visitors about the hiking trail contain, and yeah, it's some recommendation about the experience we have. What do people ask? What kind of questions do they ask? And what do they need to know about what the trail is offering in service, about security, and so on. We talked about was this morning, some of us during breakfast, you know, with animals, and people are in the south of Sweden, we have a lot of questions. It's about the wild boars. Are they dangerous? How should I behave? Maybe they wake me up in the night, or blah blah blah. So in the south of Sweden, it's more like ticks or pigs or concerning animals, and you have to go further north normally to confront bears and wolves and so on. Trail grading and language also are minimum with information in English. And the content of each stay and do along a hiking trail, we have, and it's an amazing thing because, for example, if you take the Skåneleden trail, it's about 1,300 kilometers now, I think. And there's shelters, you know, free campsites along the trail. And it's totally free to use, no charge. And you can find drinking water, wood, shelters, toilets, and so on. And so I think we're a little bit spoiled in Sweden because it's natural forever. No, but this is free. But if you talk to international guests, they are like amazed. Is it what? You don't charge me anything for this? It's amazing. And and we know that, you know, people ask a lot about questions about toilets, and drinking water is of course important for us hikers, and public transportation to reach the trail and to go home from the trail without using a car. That's really important to work with accessibility, both for like local inhabitants that are using the trail, and for national and international guests, of course. So that is something to consider. And we say that in this case that if you have a longer hiking trail, there should be some kind of opportunity to stay the night between the different sections. So it can be like a more moderate campsite with shelters, possibility to put up your tents and so on. And we said quite light in this context that if you have the ambition to attract like hikers from abroad and so on, then there is a demand for a higher level of service with commercial accommodation and so on. So we point at this, but the criteria, I should say, it's very, very wide, you know, so everyone can use this. They don't have to have like this ambition about oh, we want to get tourists on our trail. It can only have the function for like local people, public health, and so on. But we are now working with a kind of tutorial for destinations who wants to work tighter between the hospitality business and the trail itself. So you can say the trail as a destination in itself. So we are working with that now with more detailed information and tricks for this. For example, you know, what to think about target groups and so on. You often hear everywhere in every project that okay, oh, this is amazing, look at what kind of sites we have in these parts, and if only the Germans and the Danish they would know this, they will come here and visit us. And you know, nothing happens because there is no marketing operation going on, and there is actually, yeah, it's maybe a local interest, but for I guess coming outside the area, maybe it's not that sensational. So a little reminder about that. So yeah, as I told you just now, we're working for this tutorial for tourist trails. And we have actually just finished a model for trail rating as well. So yeah, if you want some information about that, you're welcome. I won't say anything about it now, but we have like two levels, one message for the visitors and one message for the management, which are of course more detailed, so to help to decide what kind of grade do we have working with this trail. We are also in a process of releasing a kind of web application for people that are working to implement the criteria in their own organization and their own trails, so they can get like an up-to-date what is the situation here and now, what do we need to do. So implementation is taking a lot of my time right now to be out in different regions in Sweden to talk about this and support the movements going on. So we are on the right track, I think, with this. And after the project will finish, we are of course really working right now also to have a management of these national criteria after the project. And there are some interesting ideas coming up about that. So today I feel quite assured that there will be a good solution for this. Well, I recently got the yellow card, so now I'm going to shut up. Thank you very much, and I will be here the rest of the day. So if you have like any questions and so on, just come and talk to me. You can also find my email down at the left. So please contact me if you want to. If I can help you with anything. Okay. And there's some more information about the project also. Although most of it is in Swedish, I have to say.
Okay, tack så mycket, as we say in Sweden. Kenneth, don't leave the floor, because I believe there is going to be some questions. Is anyone written something or raising a hands up? Yes, please.
I would like to ask your recommendation, which will be the most interesting hike trail in South Sweden, let's say for 1 week or 2 weeks.
Yeah, you are like a wild person who wants to sleep in a tent, or you
Yep.
want. Yes, okay. I should go. You can go in the northeast corner of Skåne. There is Skåneleden trail is divided in 6 different trails. So the number 1 trail, it's from coast to coast. So you go from the east coast to the west coast in the north. So there's a lot of forests and lakes, and you can also from time to time take a shower and, and a cold beer. So, but it's not, the service is not so developed as in.
How many kilometers it will be?
A day, yeah, you can walk like 15 to maximum 25, I guess. Yeah.
Sounds nice. Thanks.
You're more than welcome.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Something to reflect, Agne?
Just talking about the tents. So lots of hikers are traveling with tents. And how is the situation in Sweden? So people can build their tents anywhere they want. Can they build them in the private land? And what are the attitudes of landowners to those hikers who are building tents in their private land?
Oh, thank Agne for business making questions, because that was important. I was so disappointed about free beer and free food in Sweden that we have to make money somewhere.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a good point, because some people say that we have this public rights, so it's possible to move around everywhere, not almost. And of course, in the national park and nature reserve, there can be another rules to follow. But yeah, it's possible to spend the night in the forest if you're out of the protected areas in a tent. But you can see, even among the Swedish population nowadays, that there are like really increasing behaviors of like hiking as an European. So to spend the night in a hotel and to have a good dinner in the evening and so on, that is more and more in focus even for the Swedish. So you can this trail system, maybe it was founded back in the 70s or 80s, and then the idea was to like a little bit of macho. Get out in the forest and survive in a way. So the idea was to be out away from civilization. Now we are working more active to include the trails to the cities and the villages, because we know for one factor that it's important with for the local economy with the trail users, and you also have a lot of requests for sleeping indoors, for example, and have a good meal and so on. Did I answer your question, or come back to me? Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you. One more?
Okay, one more. Just a short question and more technical thing. Well, when you are talking about the marking of the route, yes, so could you please tell me what kind of material do you use for that? I hope you do not use plastic in the forest?
It's different. We are it's very different between different regions. They're using the same color in orange, but some are having like bricks on, and some are using paint, and some are using plastic, because there is a discussion about if it's like connected to the sustainability question. and so on. But here we also have to see, like, the arguments for that is that it's very, very cheap compared to the other way of doing trail markings. And you can, if you do it correctly, you can put it up, it will be there, and it will expand when the tree is expanding. Yeah, that's one motive. Thanks.
Thank you. And I will use the situation being on the floor here and take the final question. It will be addressed to Steen and Kenneth as well, which I forgot to ask before Steen left. My question is regarding what Linus mentioned about the marking. We understand that marking of the trails goes on quite smoothly in unurbanized areas, and there are some challenges when you come with a trail to a big city. We had the challenges, I know, the forest trail crossing the big towns, and is there a remedy or system how to make municipalities understand and accept the marking through the municipal areas or urbanized areas to be marked? Because like the forest trail in Kaunas, you hike into Kaunas and it's finishes. It's you can go wherever you like. Until you somehow find on the other side of the city, well, the marking begins again. So is there any kind of European, maybe Swedish experience, European level solution, how to make sure that the trails which exist are fully marked?
Yeah, you can say that in Sweden we have, like, if the regions that do have a quality standard in place, then the municipalities have agreed to. Yeah, we're on the same boat. And there is
once again.
Okay, here we go. The regional trails that do have like a council in charge, and they have agreements with the municipalities, then there is a quality standard, and then there is instructions how to mark the trail even within urban areas. So that's not a problem, I think, in most cases, because they know that this is the regional trail is the quality standard trail. So we need to avoid, that's the problem with the pilgrim trails, that there's been people running around with stickers, you know, and that's anarchy. But every municipality knows that the work with the regional lowland trail, it's quality, so no problem with the signs, except in some areas, some people maybe think it's nice to kick them down when they are drunk on a Friday night and so on. So then you have to think a little bit about where to place them and what kind of material to use and so on.
Okay.
And on the European level, I think I have to go over here. We definitely have no rules. It is national rules. But anyway, I would say if you are having problems with this, then make it as a good service, your descriptions of your trails, that in this area you will have 20 kilometers of no marking. So they know. So they don't think they have to look for, where is it, this marking, am I going wrong? So put it into your descriptions. We do that in Denmark. We are having longer areas, for example, for the E6 on Zealand, close to Copenhagen. We don't have marking because these old, stupid men, landowners, don't want to have the markings. And then we have to tell people, don't expect marking and so on. And we see that done differently in many countries all over Europe. So there's no specific rules for that, but try again to put it into your description that they should not expect markings.
Okay, tack så mycket. We definitely will take experience from Sweden on how to make a good transnational marking, but we will forget about 3 night stays and we'll try to make money out of it. Good idea. Yeah, thank you. The next speaker is Paga. Asnate, Ziemele, welcome Asnate to Kaunas. Nice to see you after some time. And who doesn't know Asnate? Everybody knows Asnate. So, Asnate, the floor is yours. The Baltic Trails, experience, challenges, solutions, future plans, and expectations.
Yes, hello everyone. So nice that I don't have to introduce myself. Why me? Because in 2017, that was our organization in Latvian Rural Tourism who initiated the first trail, the Baltic coastal hiking, together with the Estonian colleagues. That was Estonian-Latvian program, how we started. And I guess this is why I'm invited to be here and to represent also what we have done all together in the Baltics by now. So in the very, very beginning, when we started in 2017 with the first trail, I understood and I always believed that we in Baltics, we need Europe, Europe needs us, and we have to be part of European systems, organizations, development, and also marketing. So Eera, thank you very much for bringing us in, to accepting us, and especially Ambassador Steen, who accepted us and trusted us that we are doing a good job. And now we are already with the second trail in European Ramblers organization representing E11 and E9. And we are very proud of it, and we believe that this is the way we have to go and we had to go. So all together with both trails, we reached 3,500 kilometers, which is around 6 months to walk. This is not my estimations. I walked yesterday 8 kilometers and I was exhausted coming back from the restaurant. But I'm a good marketer, so it works out somehow. I find the money and then other people walk, and that is how it works. So actually, just to compare, this is Appalachian Trail in USA, the lengths. This is from Riga to Morocco, straight away, that's the lengths. And if all residents of Latvia stands with 2 meter distance, that's the length. So it's not so little. And but what is the strength of us? That we are in 3 countries all together. The trails brings us again together, and I must say that tourism is in the Baltics, which we are very strong working together. We are braļukas, and we always achieve together, being together and marketing ourselves together. So how many Latvians are here? How many Lithuanians? Oh, and I know that there's at least 2 Estonians. They are one. So whatever happens, we are all together, as you see. Reili is our leading partner in the Estonian-Latvian section, northern section, and Merle is the hiker, which hiked the forest trail northern part, and I believe you will hike also the southern part. You did coastal. Yeah. So that's great. How do we market it? And we have been in the Lonely Planet and 20 different other international portals. And why? Because we are 3 Baltic countries together, united with these 2 trails. And it's a beautiful nature. It happened during the pandemic. Everyone wanted to be out in the forest, in the coast, and the nature. And this is our strength, to be through the 9 national parks, 1 biosphere reserve, and more than 100 other protected nature areas. That's our really values for the both trails, and that we have to be proud, and we are proud of it. The other pillar, how to say, is the 4 UNESCO World Heritage Sites, which unites also by trails. It's of course Riga and Tallinn and Kaunas and Kuronian Spit in Lithuania. That is also a values and understandable marketing pillars for the trails. So this is another the hiker, Juris, and just to be sure that we know what we speak about, we have seen, we have walked every trail, every step. So and just follow how it's his slide. So first one is to lose 10 kilometers per 1,000, 10 kilos per 1,000 kilometers. So that's the first. And then he lost 3 pairs of shoes, and the total number of the steps was 4.7 million. So he really counted it 1, 2, 3, 4. And then the total distance he walked was 3,800. So it's so we are proud that we know what we speak about. And now so many other hikers are doing the whole stretches alone or together with someone. But he was the first. So he is a hero of the trails. Yeah. When he started, I thought that he's totally crazy. It's not possible to do. But now everyone does it. So how did we inspected it? That was my belief. As a marketer person, believe that we have to involve the society. Everyone should feel that these trails are part of their community, their local lives. They have to be proud of. So we involved in both trails, inspecting them. We involved more than 600 hikers, you know, like Tom Hanks involved, where everyone was running after. So we believe that's the way. It was 5 countries the hikers hiked with us, and the youngest was 2 years and the oldest was 69. I thought that the oldest should be actually older, but this is what happened during the inspection. In the both trails, we have information stands, signs, signposts, waterproof maps, and of course also the small-scale infrastructure is on the both trails. And what Steen or Kenneth mentioned, it is important that someone takes care of this infrastructure afterwards. And we actually agreed with the municipalities and the developing agencies who are running the territories that they take care of this infrastructure also after the project ends. What is the one of the most important as us as organizations actually uniting the rural tourism service providers are that we know that they are around the trails and they get the benefit out of hikers. So for both trails, it's around 2,000 service providers are along, and you see how many campsites and how many shops and other types of accommodation. So it is important, and this is our difference from the RMK, State Forest Organization in Latvia or Estonia and Lithuania, that we involve the businesses. We want them to earn the money. We want them to live better and to enjoy the hikers, and the hikers can enjoy their services. What we are very proud of, and that Israeli's idea from the Estonian-Latvian project, we have a common label for the hikers-friendly services. In 3 countries, all the same, you can recognize them when hiking. 338 services so far certified, but the process is going on, and the providers are very happy and very proud to get these labels. So it can be an information center, it can be friendly shop, which provides you electricity to charge your mobile phone, and maybe give a discount for the ice cream or the beer. And it, of course, also accommodation and other services. Baltic Trails EU, we are very proud of this website. We maintain it all the time. We improve it all the time. We try to make it as mobile friendly as possible, because we see 70% coming from the mobile devices nowadays. And we also have tours. Those who are lazy to plan their trips themselves, they can take our tour advices and make a tour for 7 days, 14 days, or 1 day. We are very proud of the hikers. Why we think we are successful with both trails? Because we see the hikers hike it. And this is Facebook followers in 3 countries. Sometimes we have the same account, sometimes separate, but it's altogether 12,000 for forest trail and more than 10,000 for the coastal hiking. And they use the name, they get back, they hashtag, they connect, and they are proud to be. They make selfies with the signs. And at the moment, we have one guy from Munich walking the whole coastal hiking. He started in Nida in Lithuania, and now he is by Pärnu in Estonia. So he's the hiker for the moment. And there are more of them, and this makes our trails alive. And this is why we are also, I would say, popular for the Latvian-Lithuanian program, which is for the moment financing development in the southern part of the trails, that they get the recognition and they are recognized that we are doing a good and needed job for the hikers and the services and the society around it. So what came out of the Baltic trails, other than these two trails? There are improvements of the small-scale infrastructure, including the small bridges over the rivers. It was this big bridge initiated and sponsored by the municipality itself for over one of the biggest problems we had in Latvia over the Irbe river. It is initiated another trail which is in Latgale, which we in the long run have a hope to connect with Augšaitie in maybe the next project and make it recognizable also for the society, beautiful lakes and beautiful different landscape and eastern areas of our countries. And the tourist services, they develop more and more services for the hikers, because they need lunch boxes, they want to watch the birds maybe, and they develop more and more, and I hope that they get more and more money too. And state organizations like Latvian State Forest, for example, they also initiated the monitoring how many people visited the trails, counting it by waste. so it's also a way of counting system. So this is the new map we have developed with the long distance hiking routes in the Baltic countries, which involves also RMK trails in Estonia and Camino in Lithuania and Latvia. So we hope that foreign tourists can see that the Baltic countries are the countries where to hike long and stay long and enjoy the places. So what are the challenges, I would say? The main challenges is the local acceptance, already mentioned here before, acceptance and support, so that they want to have these trails passing their properties or passing by their properties. Sustainability, how to manage the infrastructure and the hiking trails after the project ends, and also to improve it. The benefits, so that the local businesses earn money, not to hike in and out on one day. And of course, the added value that the trails and the hiking as an activity helps to protect and preserve the cultural and natural heritage what we have in our countries and what we are proud of. I really like this initiative. We of course copied it from the Scandinavian. It's a feedback books, and Kurzeme actually came up. It's a book boxes which are painted by the children. They are each different, and there are book inside which gives a feedback how the hikers, how they like the hike, and there's a pen and a small empty book, or not so empty, I hope by now. And it's along the roads, the trails, and we hope from these books also we get some kind of feedbacks. In the Scandinavian, we saw that this is so personal and sometimes very, very touchy-feely experiences what we read in these books. So we hope that they stay, and it will be filled in by the hikers. So just the images. Those who didn't raise up the hand when Linas asked, of course, you are this summer, what else, going on one of the trails, Ranniku Matkarada, Juurtaka, or Juurutakas, any of them, or the same, or the whole country. They are so diverse and they are so beautiful, and we really have to be proud that we have this kind of tourism product, and can be proud and challenged to market it in a good way. And so I would like to thank very much the partners, both the Nordic northern part, which I took out the slide. It was both slides for the last time I introduced the trails for the Nordic and the southern part. So the southern part, I really, Gaila was was a really good and still is the good leader of the project. And actually, I would say that none of the partner is chosen just by accident. Everyone has a role. Everyone gave a benefit for the trails, and we all together, I guess it's not the last time we cooperate. And thank you very much all the stakeholders who are with us, supporting us, coming with us in the tours and sitting in the conferences and bringing the feedback back home to your services or municipalities and wherever, however you are involved. So thank you very much, and see you on the trails.
Paldas Asnate, you finished somehow on a low tune. It actually should be coming on a high tune because we are opening the trails. And one more time, a big applause for Miško takas and Jūrų takas. And thank you very much. Well, before I close, I have 2 minutes. Is there any questions to Asnate before she goes? No, thank you very much. It's lunchtime. 12 o'clock. Thank you very much being on time. We will meet at 1 o'clock, so 1 hour break. I hope everyone is on time to start again, so we can stick to the time frame. Thank you very much. See you in an hour's time.
Aš esu Povilas. Esu žmogus, kuris geriausiai pailsi kopdamas į kalnus, žygiuodamas miškais ir brisdamas per upes. Miško takas, kuriuo dabar žengiu, veda per Lietuvą, mano kraštą. Kai tik randu laisvą savaitgalį, įsiruošiu juo pakeliauti. Ar reikėjo drąsos pasiryžti keliauti pėsčiomis? Taip. Juk buvau įpratęs ilsėtis patogiai. Bet dabar, kai jau žygiuoju nebe pirmąjį kartą, sakau, svarbiausia – geri batai, vanduo gertuvėje ir pats ėjimas. Keliauju vingiuotais Lietuvos girių takais. Kartais žvyrkeliais ar šalikelėmis. Jau nebesuskaičiuoju, kiek aplankiau parkų, pažintinių takų, į kiek piliakalnių užkopiau. Kartais pasirenku atkarpą vedančią per didesnį miestą ir aplinkinius miestelius. Gėriuosi jais. Stebiuosi, kiek nežinojau. Kelionėje paragauju visos Lietuvos skonių. Dzūkija mane pasitinka su dzūkiška banda, Žemaitija išlydi su kastiniu. Nežinojau, kad žvilganti saulėje ryto rasa gali būti ir šalta, kad lietus gali užklupti tada, kai jo mažiausiai tikiesi. Kartais man kelią pastoja krūmynai ar nuvirtę medžiai, bet kelias dėl to tampa tik dar įdomesnis. Eidamas miško taku niekada nesijaučiu vienas. Sutinku juo žygiuojančių šeimų, draugų grupių. Su vienais pasisveikiname ir išsiskiriame, su kitais kurį laiką keliaujame kartu. Dažnai sustoju ant ežero ar upės kranto ir tiesiog dairausi. Šią akimirką taip norėčiau pralėkti virš miškų ir ežerų, bet einu toliau. Kaskart pradėdamas eiti, klausiu savęs, kodėl vėl einu? Alkis pažinti, patirti, iš arti pamatyti kiekvieną medį, sodybą, sutiktą žmogų, nedingsta. Tik eidamas geriau pažįstu save. Įvertinu savo ištvermę, valią, kantrybę. Eidamas renkuosi, kiek noriu ir galiu eiti. Eidamas svajoju, ką pasikviesiu pakeliauti su manimi kita miško tako trasos atkarpa. Gal tu esi tas, kuris norėtum pabandyti? Miško takas padeda pažinti ir Lietuvą, ir save. Patirk jį.
For most, travel is a fleeting escape from reality. To me, travel is reality. The experiences that have shaped and changed me. As far as I remember, I've always had this desire to travel, but distant destinations seemed like an unreachable dream. Made impossible by countless obstacles, real and imagined. I only realized that these limits were illusions after I got past them. When you're out on the road, you begin to ask yourself where the new limit is, 20, 50, or 100 kilometers away? On the opposite coast? In a different country? At the edge of a continent? What if this limit doesn't exist in the first place? After all, the destination isn't the most important thing. The whole point is the journey itself. This is where you gain a new understanding of the world and your place in it. Only one track remains, the present. The first time you find yourself off the beaten path, you're overcome by the fear of the unknown. It is so threatening that many never dare to look into its eyes. If I hadn't dared to do so, I would never have encountered the variety of sounds of the forest, the many colors in the sky, the countless adventures that await on the road. But how far do you need to travel before you learn to discover your own country? Recognize the crashing waves of your own sea. Follow the clouds drifting above the dunes, the rain coming in with the storm, and the rainbow coaxed in by the ray of sunlight. Observe the migrating birds, the hustle and bustle and the emptiness of resorts, or the Milky Way stretched out in the night sky. How far do you need to travel before you will yourself to listen closely to the whispering wind and the soothing beat of the waves? 200 kilometers of completely different sunrises and sunsets. Growing resolve and fears overcome. 200 kilometers to encounter the possibilities within. What if those possibilities are limitless?
Aš esu Povilas. Esu žmogus, kuris geriausiai pailsi kopdamas į kalnus, žygiuodamas miškais ir brisdamas per upes. Miško takas, kuriuo dabar žengiu, veda per Lietuvą, mano kraštą. Kai tik randu laisvą savaitgalį, įsiruošiu juo pakeliauti. Ar reikėjo drąsos pasiryžti keliauti pėsčiomis? Taip, juk buvau įpratęs ilsėtis patogiai. Bet dabar, kai jau žygiuoju nebe pirmąjį kartą, sakau, svarbiausia – geri batai, vanduo gertuvėje ir pats ėjimas. Keliauju vingiuotais Lietuvos girių takais. Kartais žvyrkeliais ar šalikelėmis. Jau nebesuskaičiuoju, kiek aplankiau parkų, pažintinių takų, į kiek piliakalnių užkopiau. Kartais pasirenku atkarpą vedančią per didesnį miestą ir aplinkinius miestelius. Gėriuosi jais. Stebiuosi, kiek nežinojau. Kelionėje paragauju visos Lietuvos skonių. Dzūkija mane pasitinka su dzūkiška banda, Žemaitija išlydi su kastiniu. Nežinojau, kad žvilganti saulėje ryto rasa gali būti ir šalta, kad lietus gali užklupti tada, kai jo mažiausiai tikiesi. Kartais man kelią pastoja krūmynai ar nuvirtę medžiai, bet kelias dėl to tampa tik dar įdomesnis. Eidamas miško taku niekada nesijaučiu vienas. Sutinku juo žygiuojančių šeimų, draugų grupių. Su vienais pasisveikiname ir išsiskiriame, su kitais, kurį laiką keliaujame kartu. Dažnai sustoju ant ežero ar upės kranto ir tiesiog dairausi. Šią akimirką taip norėčiau pralėkti virš miškų ir ežerų, bet einu toliau. Kaskart pradėdamas eiti, klausiu savęs, kodėl vėl einu? Alkis pažinti, patirti, iš arti pamatyti kiekvieną medį, sodybą, sutiktą žmogų, nedingsta. Tik eidamas geriau pažįstu save. Įvertinu savo ištvermę, valią, kantrybę. Eidamas renkuosi, kiek noriu ir galiu eiti. Eidamas svajoju, ką pasikviesiu pakeliauti su manimi kita miško tako trasos atkarpa. Gal tu esi tas, kuris norėtum pabandyti? Miško takas padeda pažinti ir Lietuvą, ir save. Patirk jį.
For most, travel is a fleeting escape from reality. To me, travel is reality, the experiences that have shaped and changed me. As far as I remember, I've always had this desire to travel, but distant destinations seemed like an unreachable dream. Made impossible by countless obstacles, real and imagined. I only realized that these limits were illusions after I got past them. When you're out on the road, you begin to ask yourself where the new limit is, 20, 50, or 100 kilometers away? On the opposite coast? In a different country? At the edge of a continent? What if this limit doesn't exist in the first place? After all, the destination isn't the most important thing. The whole point is the journey itself. This is where you gain a new understanding of the world and your place in it. Only one track remains, the present. The first time you find yourself off the beaten path, you're overcome by the fear of the unknown. It is so threatening that many never dare to look into its eyes. If I hadn't dared to do so, I would never have encountered the variety of sounds of the forest, the many colors in the sky, the countless adventures that await on the road. But how far do you need to travel before you learn to discover your own country? Recognize the crashing waves of your own sea. Follow the clouds, drifting above the dunes. The rain coming in with the storm, and the rainbow coaxed in by the ray of sunlight. Observe the migrating birds, the hustle and bustle, and the emptiness of resorts, or the Milky Way, stretched out in the night.
With me. Trying the routes, exploring the routes, finding new routes. And I will be not introducing everyone personally. I think we give everyone 5 minutes self-introduction time. And because it's men are least than women here, so I will try with the ladies. So Merle from Estonia.
Hey.
We have Aya from Latvia.
That's right.
We have Agne from Lithuania. And next to me is Povilas, who is also from Lithuania, and our colleague Matas. He will be late and he will join us in some time, as he is a teacher and works at the school. So shall we start? Merle, from introduction. We already heard a little bit from you in the morning, but...
Hello to everybody. My name is Merle, and currently I work at local county newspaper as a journalist and reporter. Since I started to work as a journalist, I skipped my hobby to write, and I just continued with hiking and photographing, which are my main hobbies. And I will say the hiking is my hobby, long distance hiking is my hobby 9 years so far, and I am very sure it will continue till my death. And so far I hiked in Estonia, Latvia, Portugal and Spain. I walked 6 pilgrimages in Spain, 1 long distance pilgrimage in Estonia, so RMK trails are done. And before COVID, I met one German lady with 5 dogs who finished a job in Estonia as a teacher, and she started to walk to Germany by coastal road with her own dogs. So I joined with her and walked first stage from Pärnu to Latvian border 3 days. It was 2019. And a year later, when COVID came and all those restrictions, I just one weekend, I just thought, what should I do? And I got the idea. Next morning, 8 o'clock, I was on border Estonia and Latvia, and I started to walk to Riga by coastal, by Jurtaka, just to do something meaningful. And when it was done, it was November, perfect weather, nice nature, sea, and also pine forests. I just decided, okay, to Riga is done, but it's not done to Tallinn from my home city, Pärnu. So just another weekend, I continued by coastal trail to Tallinn. I ended up 26th of December. I walked only weekends because I didn't have vacation. And I was so comfy that every weekend I will go and hike. And I thought, okay, what else I can do now in January. So 2021, first weekend of January, I continued to walk by forest trail from Tallinn to Riga. It took 35 days in total, and I arrived to Riga mid of April last year. So it was first hike in wintertime for me, and I am totally sold out. It was so different. Let's say 35 days, I had 7 days I had hike mate. 25 days I walked all alone. And I didn't met really many people because people stayed at home. And but the nature was amazing. Not many colors. Let's say Estonian flag. Blue sky, black forest, and the snow. But then you start to notice small details, like one bird or pattern of footprints of all those animals in forest. And I was sold out because I step by step I walked from the winter to spring. When I arrived to Riga, it was big spring around. So I really recommend to everybody.
Tänan, Merle. I just want to go on hike right away, but we still have job to do. Aya from Latvia.
I'm Aya Nelander. I work in Kurzem planning region, and we are responsible about EU projects in area of Kurzeme. It's this part, almost 1/3 of Latvia. And my work experience with tourism is that I 15 years worked in Tourism Information Center, and I know all the tourism information center workers in my region and also in whole Latvia. It was very good experience afterwards when I needed to start with them to work to each other in these projects. And first project in Kurzem planning region was Coastal Trail, which I also made and participated with my colleague. And it was 2 years ago when we finished already, maybe already 3. Yeah, time is flying. And then afterwards, when was this initiative to have also forest trail in our region, then I started to work also with this forest trail. And as I had good connections with municipalities and tourism information centers, then it's helped a lot to me to improve and implement this trail, and that's why we have also our colleagues with us today, so we can together like celebrate this forest trail opening here also in Lithuania.
Paldies, Aya. I will turn to my left to Povilas.
Okay.
Yeah, Povilas.
Hello everybody. I'm Povilas, and I think today I'm representing my hiking club. So I'm from Vilnius University Hiking Club, and also I am the face of the Lithuanian hiking forest trail, the video, as you can see, if you see. And well, yeah, and I hiked about 4 years right now, and first of all, I began in, I think, in Estonia. Yeah, my first long hike was in Estonia, RMK trails on Duikla. And yeah, it was 400 kilometers, and that was really gorgeous, the nature. And when you wake up in the morning and you have only to do 3 things, so you're always thinking about just to eat, hike, walk, and sleep, and no problems you have at all more. Yeah, so yeah, also I hiked through Lithuania, so in Camino Lituano hiked, and last year I hiked the forest trail from the Latvia-Estonia border to Lithuania-Latvia border. Yeah, and we hiked this trail in total 21 day and 17 day of walking. Yeah, and also almost always in weekends I just go and hike in Lithuania, and 10 to 20 times in years I lead the hikes, the free hikes with the Vilnius University Hiking Club. so everybody can join to these hikes for free, of course. And yeah, I think we have the biggest community in Lithuania for non-commercial hikes. We make about 30 to 45 hikes in a year in Lithuania. Almost all the hikes are in the Aukštaitija region or in Dzūkija region, because we are from Vilnius, so it's a long distance to travel in over regions like Samagotia or something. And yeah, and we have a lot of hikers which usually just came to the weekend, 1 day or 2 days hikes, and maybe hikes with the kayaks or even with the bikes. So yeah.
Thank you, Povilas, and I can see Matas is joining us. So, Matas, please take your seat. We won't allow you to speak from the back of the stage as you would like, I see.
Hello, hello. Sorry for I'm being late.
No worries. Take yourself comfortable. I'll give a word in a minute to introduce yourself, but Agne is next to me. So, Agne, what is your experience on hiking?
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm Agne from Lithuanian Countryside Tourism Association. So we are those who are mostly happy about what people are coming to the countryside. So we have lots of members having rural accommodation, lots of members having their small tourism businesses in the countryside, and we are waiting for those people. And the most interesting thing about our experience with the hikers is quite strange. Several years ago, we noticed that people are coming. They are coming by foot, having nothing with them, just a small backpacks, or even they are coming with bicycles, also without nothing. And they are just coming to your rural accommodation and asking, can I stay here for a night? So, sorry, you should call at least a week before or even month before and book that accommodation. Okay, we're not used to it. So we start to think what world is changing, and people are hiking, coming by foot, and our accommodation places have to adjust to it. And then thanks to the Latvian colleagues, to Asnate, who always step ahead, we managed to make it in some kind of product to organize everything. And all these hikings, not only about the hikers who are happy to hike, but also about changes in the rural accommodation business in all the smaller rural businesses, because they have to adjust to the new reality and to find, to use those new opportunities of people that are coming. So now we are going to them and starting to teach them, and also lots of accommodations are booked 2 months before and there is no place. So we are asking just, can you build a small room for the hiker who will come tired and he needs nothing. He needs just a shower and a place to sleep. So so as I talked to one of our members, Victor, here are you. So he told already people are coming. And he's happy because people are coming not in the high season, so those seasonality problems are somehow solved. People are coming on the working days where also there was free space in the rural accommodation places. So we are very happy about that, and that's our role in the project, to teach, to find new opportunities for the small rural businesses with those hiking ideas, hiking projects, and hiking style of holiday spending.
Okay, so thank you, Agne. That means that we will have more hikers-friendly stickers being popped on our accommodation sites as we go along. Matas, hey, that's in Swedish.
Swedish? No.
Almost, hey. So, Matas, introduce yourself a little bit.
I'm a teacher, history teacher. Hello, everybody. One more time, sorry I'm being late, but I'm teacher normally every day, and today I was in school, project day, so that's why I'm late. But I really like to hike normally weekends. I don't have such a long experience like Paulus, long distance experience and hiking, but actually I have many day hikes, 20, 40, 60, 100 kilometers when I want to relax, to breathe, what is hiking for me? To breathe after my day routine. And normally people asking why you are going to nature. To breathe. To breathe is about hiking culture. Hiking culture is growing in Lithuania and Baltic countries, and normally I said, just try, just try, and actually, it's not just about for me hiking. It's not all about hiking. It's about physical activities, about moving, about help to your body to be healthy, healthy every day. And hiking is one of the best options to be healthy. Walking is not just hiking. Walking, hiking, other physical activities, whatever you want, but help our body. Okay.
Yeah,
Fair
thank
shot.
you. Yeah, thank you, Matas. We will have questions from the floor in a minute because we had introduction and then we have a good experience sitting here on the floor from planning region, from the hikers, from the new hikers who started recently, and from the hospitality. So I have a couple of questions which I slept over before the moderating, and yeah, I would like to ask to start from you because you're coming from a planning region, and the hiking trails have to be planned. They don't start naturally. There are some natural, of course, where people start walking to the work and make a trail. But on a bigger level, how easy it is to work with the municipalities? I already asked this morning about the marking, how to make the municipalities to understand that they have to be marked. They have to be marked unified, and they have to accept the idea when somebody brings it to their door that, look, from now on, there's going to be a marked trail going through your municipality. Do they greet you? Do they say no? What is your practical experiences in Latvia?
It's also important to divide two things. One is hiking trail, which is one day hiking trail or some hour hiking trail, and one is one long distance hiking trail. And there will be two completely different tourists who will go and use it. And also importance of them are different to municipalities. For example, long distance hiking trails, they are more efficient for community, also for all three Baltic countries, for example, but smaller ones, there's more or less for locals and for local community. And that was the thought that we went to on our municipalities. But at first, we got idea about this project and we took a map and started to figure out how we can connect these forest areas with non-forest areas, because we need also some cities in the middle, because people would like to overnight, people would like to have some dinner or lunch during his hike, and also some place where to buy some stuff, some primus, for example, if you want to go in nature and cook yourself. And then we started to talk with municipalities, because we have good experience with local tourism information centers, and then tourism information centers locked together also municipality who knows which lands owns to which person. Of course, we would like to see forest trail as green as it's possible, but if you have, in my case, 290 kilometers which I need to cross and which I need to cover, and connect one to each other, then I need to think also about properties, about who owns them. And those ideas also came from municipality, and we were working together, and that was our luck, because they were all the time in this process and they already know what is hiking trail, and we were meeting with them in their municipalities. I have done this forest trail in Kurzeme 3 or 5 times, and it was inspections together with locals, with local municipalities, with local tourism information centers. It was afterwards when went together with Juris when we were planning our guide, and then it was after when we were marking the trail. And now I am also making smaller hikings, like each stretch of the forest trail, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, like smaller hikes, and all the times the municipality is involved. And then when we needed to mark, then there was no question that we need to mark, because we have such municipalities who is also saying themselves, thank you, that you lead this route through our municipality, because we are not like in metropole where everybody is going, because there's a lot of attractions. They also need these local guest houses, countryside guest houses, that someone overnights there and coming to that place. Because in coastal trail it was even easier, because summer, sea, beach, it's easy to mark, but marketing. But forest trail is not such. It's for people who loves more wild and woods and nature, like forests. And but in our case, it was easy with marking. I know that you have some struggles maybe in Lithuania, but it's also thanks to Estonia and then Asnate, who made this project already before from Riga to Tallinn. And in Latvia, everybody already know what is coastal trail and what is forest trail. For me, it was easier. But for Lithuanians, this coastal trail is new and also forest trail is new. That's why there's a lot of explanation work, what to do. And we marked during cities, with stickers. We have this Miškotaka stickers, and it's arrow which show directions which way you need to go, and then there is E11. And in forests where it was possible, we marked with this flag white, yellow, white, and in arrows where it's needed. But in our case, it was quite easier. Of course, we have such cities as Kuldīga, where there's special areas, special restrictions, how you can mark there. But anyway, Kuldīga was our partner as well, and they made different signs. But anyway, they made the marking in that area as well, and others wasn't so big problem.
Okay, here is I got a question right away, which is I hear on one side and I hear on the other side the people who hike. Now, you are telling from a municipal from the region that somebody like Asnate called you on the phone and said, let's make a trail. You set at the map and draw the trail, check the route, rate the project, and the trail was there as easy. Yeah, that's easy like that. Well, you know.
You know, that there is theory and then there is practice.
Yeah, but I mean, at the end, it's a happy end. The trail is there, but it starts from someone. Someone makes a call to somebody. Now, we have this trail, okay? You were working on it in your offices, thinking maybe of the hikers, but we have the hikers, on the other hand, sitting next to me, who have not clue that you've been doing something preparing for them. Now, the hikers, are these trails fitting what you expect? Are these people who are sitting in the offices and dreaming about you going on these trails, do they meet your expectations? Do you find everything you need, or you don't need anything? You simply hike wherever you go, and just, they do one thing, we do other thing, and we just meet somewhere in a forest. How does the life goes?
For sure, yeah. The Latvian part of Forest Trail, which I hiked, was really good. Of course, I liked the market, how it was marked, because if you go and see the marked on the tree, like you put on the corner and you already see the next marked. Is always on your eyes is the market sign. So it was really good, of course, and the locations where the trail was going also was really nice, and I think it's almost the best what it can be in the Latvia part, and yeah, it is forest trail, and it was a lot of forest, of course. That's really good. Well, and yeah, of course, for hikers, for real hikers, for them don't need anything, but the best thing which I think will can be improved. So it is the camping sites. The camping sites where you can put your tent in the place. Yeah, because there is not a lot of camping sites, and well, I think in a lot of parties, not it is illegal to put your tent. So yeah, you just put the tent everywhere you want, but illegally.
Okay, just before I move to Matas, because you touched a very sensible corner here about free camping and illegal camping and the paid camping. Are the hikers ready to pay for the camping?
For the camping?
Yeah, for staying overnight. Are they ready to pay, or they expect it to be free of charge?
Like just for the tent, yeah? You mean? No.
Oh, then I have nothing to do here. Sorry. No, I'm joking. So basically, you're saying that you cannot say that 100% of the hikers
Of course
are.
not.
Yeah. Okay. Then we have something to talk about later on, I believe. Matas, I saw you smiling when I was trying to provoke this question about what Aya and Asnat and other clever people doing with the hiking. Do they match your expectation? Do you find that useful? Do you need it, or you can hike and don't even look for the signs?
Actually, I didn't check E9 or E11 part of little parts maybe in my own hikes, because normally I don't need everything. Because as Paula said, normally my routine is I just check my few apps, objects, historical, architecture, history, nature. I just make a route I'm going, and I know things I need in my bag, and that's it. And of course I need my friend Matas. I don't know, maybe he is in this place now, but because he has a car, that's why. But for community, another thing is for community to make it more popular, we should talk about for real hikers. They can prepare the routes and bet. If we are talking about communities, about to make how to make hiking more popular for people who don't like to make a route. For example, this is my hobby. I really like just to make a route with many hills, with I don't know, with swamps, and but it's not for everybody. It's and that new routes through 3 states. It's a good option to make it popular and to save for Lithuanians, Estonians, Latvians, and of course to invite all Europeans. Baltic Trail. Check it. It's really good. Check the YouTube. Pavlas will represent it, and I think it's for community. Shortly, it's for community and for people who don't have a routine to hike.
Okay. I will leave one question to you, but you just don't need to answer it right away to sleep over it until we speak to the others. If you, I mean, don't take it personal. I call you hikers. If you hikers enjoy hiking on the trails in the forest, not willing to leave money for accommodation, how do you think these trails should be maintained? How should they survive? How should they be kept sustainable? And what the hiker community who likes to hike, how can they contribute to hike to stay for not for the period the project is running, but for 20 years ahead, what Kenneth was speaking in the very beginning? How to make it financially sound if you like hiking so much? So this is a question for you to think. I got so stressed that I forgot the names of my speakers. Sorry. Asnat, can you come with the questions before I remember?
On the planning process of the trail, I think there are many points to be considered. I'm just sitting in Riga behind my table and just say this is good, this is bad, this is good. But in reality, there are several strategies which these planners took into the process. First, where ideally the trail should go, the nicest areas. then they skip out those areas which is impossible to solve because of the property rights, because of the, I don't know, trails, no roads, no. And the third one is, then I came into the planning process as well. There should be services. I'm totally sure that the majority of the tourists need the services. And we have a problems. There are some days, some stretches where there are no shops, no accommodations, no nothing. And of course, there are hikers which are totally happy and can manage, but most of the tourists are mainstream. They hike a little bit. They stay in accommodation. Like Kenneth, I think, said also, there are more and more hikers which wants the good meal and good accommodation and are ready to pay. I can handle to you to confirm or deny.
I confirm everything you say. Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting because I think it's a good lesson to see that sometimes you hear that people are talking about hikers like there is one group of hikers. There are a lot of different groups of hikers, from extreme long distance hikers that manage themselves, spending the night in a lightweight tent and so on, to the ones that maybe are visiting a place but are finding out that, oh, today it's rainy weather, let's spend the day for a walk instead of visiting the local castle or whatever. So and in between, but you can see, like if I remember correctly, like the Appalachian Trail in the United States is maybe 4% of all the visitors along the trail that are the long distance, the through hikers that are going. The rest of are maybe the weekend hikers, day hikers, week hikers, and so on. So. Yeah, so good service, that's the way you attract the main target groups of the hiking group, I would say.
I can add also, as older you become, as more service you want. And you can also pay for it. It's when you are young, you can bring heavy backpack, and it's okay for you. But as older you become, the same backpack becomes even heavier and heavier, and then it's too heavy to bring it with you, and you want to sit in cafe and not bring all the water with you, and you want more service, and you can pay for it as well. And also, not all who are staying in tent doesn't leave their money for local community. For example, in those small villages where the trail goes through, there's also a small way, as I almost said in Latvian, in small shops who are suffering for their life also in this small village during unseason. In summertime, yes, where everybody is in their cottages, there's a lot of people who is buying their stuff, but during this off-season, they're also struggling for their life. And also this hiker who goes there and buys some food for their meals, also good for community. It's not so that they don't bring any money.
Okay, Aya, you just made me consider my age, because my best hike is when I can take my kids, my dog, to a nice accommodation night before, and next morning I go to the hike. The first 5 kilometers, dogs pulls me forward. The next 10 kilometers, I pull dog behind myself, and then me exhausted, my dog exhausted. All I want to have a sauna, a glass of beer, and go to bed, and pay for nice accommodation. And now I feel like I'm 60 years old, according to your description. But maybe the age does not reflect the comfort you want. Merle, I want to go back to the forest and sea coastal hiking trail back again, because you managed to walk it both. What do you think? Which are the strongest parts of both of the trails, and what are still the weak sides of it? What can be done better? Or maybe they are they are iconic. They are the best ever, and all other trails simply have to be copied from what they are.
I would say I would say the strongest part of both of the trails is including this infrastructure like shops and accommodations and museums is that you will discover or your own country or neighbors about these cultural different levels like religious places, culturally important places, historical, educational. You can read different info stands, yeah. And if you are really interested in same time, as Matas told that you will give good hit to your health, you in same time like it's like 2 or 3 in 1. You can your knowledge about this region or all country or your own country will increase. You will visit places which you never. I met in Estonia. I went in Estonia to places which I never heard about it, like any kind of like mirror factory. Like 200 years ago, there was a mirror factory. They exported those mirrors to Brazil, to Russia, to everywhere. I never heard about it. These kind of things, I guess those trails are very, very interesting and worth to walk to discover this history of countries, different level histories. And because when I compare to RMK trails, like Oan to Ikla was my first long distance hike as well, as here was mentioned. These trails are more mentioned to stay in nature, forest, meadows, fogs, bogs, and not so much cultural things. Because sometimes you will visit some village or something for shopping, but that's it. There is no this cultural level on it. So this is the strongest point, I guess, to choose this. And yeah, the infrastructure, if you don't want to carry your tent, you can find accommodation, because when I walked in winter time and only weekends, like 2 or 3 days, I really didn't want to carry Primus, sleeping bag, tent, mattresses, everything. I stayed in accommodations, and I really discovered how many accommodations in countryside we really have. Nice, comfortable, clean, I was really surprised, because before I wasn't the client who visited in Estonia those guest houses or whatever, and also in Latvia when I walked this Kauja National Park, and if something could be better, I would say it's all about Estonia. It's not related to Latvia. We had too many kilometers on asphalt, so I hate it. That's it.
Okay, well, thank you for your honest comment. I see Riley smiling. She's putting down everything. She will be making some asphalt road into a dust road. We do it differently. We do it differently here, but that's Estonians. I mean, they are the smart people. Agne, I think already we're coming by the topic to you. People are saying that somebody needs only the camping place to stay for free. Some people want a place to have a glass of wine. Do the places are ready to host these people? Do they understand them? Do they happy to get them? Or how that should be changed?
Yeah, actually, there are 2 sides in this thing. First of all, rural accommodation business is not working like that, but we are sitting and waiting for the people to come. No, we have marketing, we have advanced bookings, and then especially those accommodations who have events, so they are booked already a year before, or even a year and a half before. Those accommodations who are working with a quiet rest, when people are coming with the families to rest, they are booked 2 months, that is month before. So if the hikers are coming on weekends, so there is always a problem to host them. And if we do not book accommodation place in advance, there will be always a problem during the high season. But on the other hand, we also have problems in the rural tourism accommodation. We have empty low season. We have nearly empty working days during the summer season. Some parts of accommodation homesteads always are empty. So we need those people. We need those people to come. We can find the place for them. We can even find the place for the lower price when an average of lower comfort conditions. But we have somehow to manage that thing that people should just call at least before coming. Should just book an accommodation. Yeah.
I'm sure I will come.
Yes, that's the biggest problem because even if you have a free room, so not always this room is clean because small accommodations, the owners are responsible for everything. They have to clean, they have to cut grass, they have to do educational lectures and so on and so on. So maybe the biggest problem for us is to know in advance when people are coming and to prepare for them.
Okay, what I hear from Agne, I mean, again, don't take it personal. They're only hyperbolizing what I hear. Agne is saying that they want hikers in their accommodations, but they want them to call 2 weeks before to make sure the room is ready. Are you ready to call 2 weeks before to tell the room is ready, or do you need a room?
I feel guilty now. I didn't say any word, but actually, of course, and it depends on situations. You are alone with your friends, with your family, with 5 years old son who don't want to hike anymore, just maybe 3 kilometers. It depends on situation and on you, and of course, all the arguments about community things, it's okay. In the beginning, I said a few words about I'm a historian, and the best part to know that new locations, new areas, of course, is to be longer time in that area or state. I agree with that, but it depends on the situation. Of course, if you talk about community thing, about hiking trails, long hiking trails, of course, if you have a week, 2 or 3, definitely, and I think many hikers pay for accommodation and I'm not sure. For me, yeah, I'm day hiker. I don't have such a long routine because I normally, sorry, but I don't have such a long uh, uh, time. 3 weeks for me. 3 weeks in the summer. On summer, it's time without family. But yep, actually, when I traveling, but not by hiking, but by car, every time I try to speak with the people in that location and to ask, how are you? What are you doing? How many people are living now in this village or this community? And of course, main places. For example, when you're planning the route, sometimes you can't find the location, and locals can say you check, just go deeply in this forest, and you will find something interesting. And I agree with all. And in Lithuania, yeah, not sure about Latvia and Estonia, but in Lithuania, I think it's just growing hiking culture. Uh, uh, it's all about everything, accommodation, not so. I think, okay, last 5 years. Why I'm saying that? Before I became a teacher, I was a tour guide, and I work with accommodations about in this area. And but I'm not sure. I don't have stats, but last 5 years, better and better. If you talk about accommodation, about people who has interest, are interested in hiking, and that's why, for example, we have I think, this new hiking trail. Two options: coastal and forest. And actually, I really like to this summer. Actually, I planned 3 years, and this summer I will have 3 weeks to go and maybe Lithuanian part, maybe half in Latvia.
Okay, thank you, Matas. Good observation, and I already can see from what we saw from where we started that hikers are liking the free stuff, or used to like free stuff at some point. Now it looks like they are little by little ready to spend money and contribute to community. Povilas, on the same topic, also. One more time, don't take it personal. I might push a sharp corners here, but don't take it personal. We want to know why the things are and how they work. Now, your free hikes. You said you do hikes in your hiking club for free.
Yeah.
I understand this is how you get the community to hike with you,
Yes.
but nothing in life is for free. Do you raise funding? Do you work hard to make hike for free, or is it because the hikers are, your community is expected to be done like this? Where is all this coming from?
It is all coming from passion. Yeah, you can do the hikes for free. It's cost nothing. Just if you have a free time in weekend, on one day, you can collect the people and make the route and go to the hike. And yeah, and this is not cost anything because you don't put a lot in this. You just doing things you like. You go through the forest, and because these hikes are free, and people shouldn't expect should not expect something. I think really good, like on the clouds or something. But yeah, you just have a good, nice hike with your community and all the people which want just to join. So yeah, so in one day's hikes you really don't need nothing. Of course, it's different in the longer hikes.
Okay, so this is a hobby, right?
Yeah.
This is a hobby, and you have a hobby club who joins with you and go for a hikes.
Yeah,
Kind of.
yeah, but all people can join it for free.
Okay. The other alternative is, which is also maybe someone here on the floor besides me or in a distance could explain me. So Povilas says that he has a hobby and I don't know, 20, 30 people who goes on a 3-day hikes and enjoying it, but it doesn't leave any contribution to communities. We have other extreme. Last weekend in Prienai, there was Trenkturas hike in Nemunas loops. Starting fee was, I don't know, 25 euros, the minimum one, and over 7,000 people hiked and paid the money just for the day hike. There was nowhere to park the cars, was nowhere, to go through, but everybody were having a good time. So what is a phenomenon? For free, there is small groups. When you ask money, there is thousands come. So maybe we don't know how to make the money here.
I guess this is similar to any kind of sports events. There are organization team who organize everything. They have some marketing is done and so on. Povilas just goes to the forest with like a hike mates. There is no costs probably.
Mhm.
So this is just like a friendly camp, friendly camarades go to forest, but this is event. There is organizational costs, different stuff of transportation to this spot and so on. It is like everybody pays when they go to like Vasalopet, to skiing 100 kilometers from Mora to Salen. I did it as well. So it is very expensive. It's a fee. 10 years ago, the fee was 165 euros. And you have to drive, you have to take a ferry, you need food, everything. It's very expensive, but like 5,000 people are skiing. It's fun, yeah?
Yeah.
It's quite a similar, it's organized event.
Yeah, that's sorry.
You don't need it. Yes.
Technical problems. We shy people, you know. But we strong voice. You can speak. We can hear you. Oh, translators can hear. Sorry.
You can talk in English and in Lithuanian.
Second time.
Translate yourself.
Okay, now?
Yes, fine. Thank you.
So, if there are some communities who do hike, for example, universities, and Lithuanians are a little bit shy to join, maybe we'll show, oh, it's open, but if you pay for the hike, okay, I am free not to communicate, not to be in the community. I don't know, maybe it's...
I don't think so.
No, because I have many people around me like that. Oh, okay, I am not... it's Rygojęs, how to say?
Committed.
I am not engaged. I'm not committed to be in the community. I just pay and do a hike, and it's easier for me than to do by myself. But with big community, when I pay, I don't know. I see it around me. So
Okay. As a hiking community, as a club, I'm Povilas to you. Do you want more people to join you? Do you try to get more people to walk with you, or you find with your little club and you live in your own little world?
So yeah, we try to find the people, but you know, it is not easier to like walk with 100 people. It's really hard because they are lost or something, you know. Like the optimal is 25, 30 people in the one weekend, and yeah, we can make shorter hikes, easier hikes, and if it will be 50 kilometers easy hike, so in this like in 50 kilometers hikes we'll join like 100 people, so it is hard for us, so we make a little bit longer hikes like 28 kilometers, and that's why in our hikes like came just 20 or 25 people.
Okay. Agne was. Yeah. Oh, it's a question. Okay, because I have already two waiting.
Good afternoon, everybody. No, it's not a question. It's just, I just want to explain one thing in this discussion. Why people select, paid service versus something they can arrange themselves, like with this gentleman there. It's about extra value only. People want to have everything ready. Because if you go like this, you don't know what to expect, bad weather, where to go sleep, and to find a shelter. That's quite a problem. I am not ready for this. It's better if I pay, I have a hotel, I have a nice ride, I have a lunch, dinner, and so on. So this is only about extra added value. That's it.
Okay,
And you'll get the medal
fantastic. That's a good point.
Just add a few things. About you mentioned the Trankturas. Actually, few things you got. You talk about parking. Parking is not the main thing when you're going to day hike, for example, in Trankturas hikes. Last weekend I got 72 kilometers hike. Why I chose, and many times I choose to go 172, 50 or whatever. It's first of all, it's quality. It's volunteering centers during it. I don't have, when I want to relax, don't think anything, I'm going to Tranktura hikes. It's different like such a hikes, long training hikes when you have a few weeks to go. It's just one day, and then during that day, I just want all prepared for me. And if you're going to Tranktura hike, you don't need food, you don't need anything, just of course boots, you have bag and few friends, and you're going. That's why you talked about 1,000 people going every year in the same, almost the same hikes. For example, Nemuno Kilpos is fourth or fifth time.
Yeah.
It's about quality thing, and every year we try. And about another option about hiking, it costs. Definitely, it costs. But normally, I think Pavlos have idea about. But in your club, people when they when they come to a club, they got boots, bag, or something, just food, and it's like volunteering. It's about community too. It's about volunteering. For example, I'm teacher, but I have additional club, hiking club in my school to my students, and every time I'm trying to make it not just routes, but good time, quality time for them, and it costs just small amount of money, and it's in this I think in your club is the same.
Yeah.
It's about community thing, volunteering. Such a club is volunteering thing.
Yes.
Okay, and Agne, you are going to reflect now. I think we settled a little bit. The tension was high, but I think you still can feed in.
Yeah, I can make it even higher. Okay, as a small entrepreneur, so I feel neglected a little bit. When we're talking about the hiking, we're always talking about a sustainable way of tourism. We are talking about sustainability. And one part of sustainability is your impact to the local community. And the hikers have to eat anyway. They do not eat grass. So either they are bringing food from a big maxima in the city, or they are buying food in a small shop in the local area. So you feel the difference when you're bringing food from a city and when you are buying food at a small shop and helping them to survive, helping them to keep their working places and to keep their so small businesses. So that's the impact what the hiker leaves to the community. And I think hikers shouldn't just be those who are passes by and leave no footprint in area. They should leave footprint, but they should leave positive footprint. They should not just visit the local entrepreneurs, local educators, local places, but to leave also, not just to take, but to give something for the local people as well.
Yep.
May I say?
Yes.
Somehow I feel now like you try to split hikers, like local business friendly hikers and not friendly hikers. So who are buying from Maxima own products and those who will go to the local. It's not so black and white, of course. And I would say there is always some people who carry all food and don't go to local. I am probably totally in middle, because for my safety, I always carry, when I go to 3 days hike or something, I always carry some food just in case in my bag, because I don't really want to take a look like 3 days, like here is village, okay, this restaurant is open, this cafeteria is closed. I don't do this kind of preparation. And so I have my food in my backpack. When I met the cafeteria, or I see a cafeteria in the village, it's open, of course I go and I enjoy the warm food. I don't have to use my Primus. It's very okay. But I have to be ready, definitely. When I walked in winter time, everything was closed. I have to be ready. There is nothing to pay for. So this might be mix, and so target groups, hikers target groups, just are different. It's reality. Some people are really wild. They have Primus, gasoline, everything, and they really cook porridge, whatever, beans, meat, sausages, like wild. But as here was mentioned, also Kenneth told that this target group, which is coming and needs and wants more this comfy services, it's growing. But don't don't worry about those who don't want to use all those services. So it's people are in middle also.
Yeah, Agne, don't worry. Don't worry. The life is bright. I had a hand raising there, and Aya is waiting. And
I will talk in Lithuanian as I wanna clearer to explain what I mean. Okay?
Okay.
Taigi, iš tikrųjų, mes kalbame apie tokį. Čia kyla nesusikalbėjimas ir konfliktai, tai yra apie keliavimo intelektą. Kiekvienas keliaujantis žmogus, jisai yra skirtingo keliavimo intelekto. Tai reiškia, kuris iš esmės auga su žmogaus patirtimi. Tai yra, visi mes gimstame su nuliniu keliavimo intelektu ir kuo tu daugiau turi patirties, tuo tavo keliavimo intelektas auga. Iš tikrųjų, ko nori kaimo turizmo asociacijos atstovai, tai jie nori intelektualių keliautojų. Iš esmės, jie nori žmonių, kurie keliaudami duotų suprast, kad jie keliauja svečiuose. Iš tikrųjų yra kita keliautojų grupė.
Traveling as guests, but there is a group of travelers who like wilderness. So the person who wants entertainment and wants comfort, they never can follow the same trail as a person who wants to see wild nature. So I think the creation of such a trail cannot be complete. It's still in the development process, and that depends on what travel IQ the Lithuanian society has currently. I think it's quite low now because our society has just gone to the nature. Only the lockdown has forced them to go to nature. A lot of people have not ever traveled in the nature, and nature tourism is just a new thing to us, novelty. That's the reason for the popularity of Trenkturas trails. And I think it will go down, and people start to understand why they are going. It might be some purpose, some geographical, botanical, zoological, historical, geological. It can be some extreme experiences, but still some goals, achieving some sporting goals. So this trail one has to make up their mind to what travelers it's being adapted and created for what people with what
deep and clear explanation. And you drawn a very bright future. There's going to be a lot of hikers. There's going to be a lot of intellectual hikers ready to pay and ready to experience and to enjoy. So I'm just getting worried. If we by now, in the very beginning, we already have 6,000-7,000 people coming for hiking for a weekend, what's going to be in 10 years? Will we cope? Will we be ready to handle all these crowds of people traveling east to west, south to north? How do you think?
Definitely. We don't have a question. It's growing now, and now it's new routes. It's not just new routes. For example, about hiking, not dividing to more, just moving your body, and not dividing to organizations or dividing to it's better, it's not so great. Actually, the main idea, and I'm here to talk about moving your body from your home, and I think, yeah, good argument about COVID period, and people came to nature. But I think every weekend you can choose. Every person every weekend can in Lithuania, for example, can choose 3 or 4 different organizations or different type of hiking, and it's good. If you're going, it doesn't matter where you go. It doesn't matter how. Just go. My idea today is just go and move. If we talk about how to, yes, community thing is strong, and I'm for it, but but first of all, it's about healthy lifestyle, and of course after that we can talk about accommodation, about community things, stronger and stronger community, about regions, and but first should be we should be happy what people starting. I don't know about, for example, Scandinavia. It's that hiking culture is high level, but in Baltics we are in a good way, I think so.
Aya, you wanted to
Yeah,
add?
I also wanted to say, you said we are on the way only. ERA, for example, is Aero Premier Station. They has 50 years experience. We have 4 in Latvia. And we are going to it because when we started this coastal project, impression for entrepreneurs was hikers. They are poor people. They sleep in tent and eat in a shop. They doesn't leave anything for us. But this year experience showed that it's not like that. And also there was in coastal area there's this season and unseason, and a lot of houses there are only open in season because the owners doesn't live there. And then was this idea, which should be first, chicken or egg? Who will be first, hikers or the accommodations and catering places where to stay? But during these 3 years, there's some accommodations who are all season opened, and also there's some catering places which are all season open. Before that was so that they're opening in May and ends in September if it's good September, and then they are closed. But some of them now are all this year working, and they are saying that this number of people are increasing because the hikers speak to each other, they promote this trail by themselves, and they says this is a place where you can overnight, this is a good service and so on, and they are like growing from that. And today, only in tomorrow, yeah, I mean, open forest trail in Lithuania. It's new. It's only done right now. We can't expect that we're gonna have thousands who are coming now. And if there's no enough service, there will be. People will see the opportunities that they need to build maybe some small shelters that they can give for people who need only beds and shower, and that's it. I think that we need to like connect with hikers, understand what they want, what is missing, and then from different projects we can add some value still which is missing.
Okay, this is you already came to my last question because the time is running up, and I will put the last question on the table for everyone. It's the homework which you had from me 10 minutes ago. So it now goes to everyone. Everyone on this floor. How do you think? What is a plan in the future? We are at the stage of building our trails. How should these trails made sustainable, that we don't end up with building the trails and not managing to keep them alive? So how sustainability should be, arranged that these trails survive, move on, and get better and better?
In our case, we were working in municipalities with tourism information centers, and they are those people who are on the spot. They talk with the hikers. Hikers tells in some places missing, for example, marking. Then tourism information gives information for us, and we go to remark this trail. Or, for example, we give stickers for tourism information center, and they walk this trail, I don't know, from home to a shop, and they noticed, and they put it. It's like a hobby afterwards. For us as well as planning region, coastal project has ended already 3 years ago, but still these municipality leaders or tourism information centers, they know that they can connect with us, and they are giving us some info, and we are working with it after, and then we are thinking where to get money, and do we have some projects that we can make new ones, for example, and it's all the time changing. Also the coast is changing as well. All these signs that we have implemented there, we have digged, me, my colleague, and her husband, we have digged 3 times the sign posts because the sea is coming to shore, they're washing it away, and we go and dig them out by ourselves. We don't have money for that, but that is our hobby. We are hikers ourselves, and we feel this this obligation to do it after as well.
Okay, I'll jump to this side now. Matas, how do you think? Younger generation are ready to take it over from you?
Not now. Actually, I have a 4 years old son.
But you have a whole school kids.
And of course, school kids. And for example, last weekend, I on Saturday I had my hike, and on Sunday community hike. It was Yima's daughter LT free hike in Kaunas, and our community, our school community, trying to have a big amount of. And actually, for the first questions from 5th graders was, why do we need that?
Mhm.
And I think youngsters asking that question, why do I need to just walk or hike? It's not it's not interesting for them, I'm sure. But it depends on a family. Depends on a family, what the habits in a family, and that's why I'm talking about my son. Shortly, 2-3 kilometers, trying, and of course, for youngsters we need challenges. Me too. I need challenges in every hike, and not just walking. Just to walk is hard for most people, I think. You can say your opinion, but if I'm sure, and that's why we need different types of hiking, and for youngsters, not sure, not today.
Okay. Okay, Merle.
I thought about it and I would share now Spanish experience. There are also huge network of pilgrimages which ends up in Santiago de Compostela. So the government realized this is survival business for countryside. Like every year, thousands of people are walking through all those villages, small villages. There are cafeteria, one supermercado, and accommodation, and also signing of the trail. It's a local municipality business to hold on and check it, and also support accommodations. They also build the municipal accommodations for pilgrims. At the same time, there are private accommodations, and these are a little bit more expensive, but not much, and more comfortable. You have more comfy there, and you can choose. Do you want to go and pay 8 euros, or you want to go and pay 12 euros, just example. And when I hiked myself those trails, I had idea in my mind. You should have, I don't know, could it be this Baltic Trails web page or a kind of app or something? When I hike, I will notice something is missing or wrong or stolen. Then I will write where I am, photo, and what happened, what is wrong. And you will have this data, and someday somebody is nearby or local municipality person will fix it.
That's already happens. They give us this information during our Facebook page. We have got some messages that the trees is cut down, there's marking lost, and then we understand which territory is it, and then we give information to the partner who is responsible at it, and he solves the situation.
You need coordinates, and it's good when there is photo, and the photo data also has
GP, yes, yeah.
So it might be like most effective. Right away, I am on the trail. Now I see here is something. I send this feedback to somebody or somewhere on web page. There might be like let the note with photo or something, and the right spot.
Okay, Asnat, I hear your saw your hand.
I wanted to intervene.
I think we are in the situation to change our lifestyles quite a lot. We see what happens in Scandinavia. We are the same way. We are developing the same way. We are the same kind of people. And that going out and being in the nature and being active during our weekends or holidays is just a normal thing for a normal society, not to spend the weekends in the shopping centers, which was after Soviet, was a big thing for us. The only place where something happened, And these trails actually proved that people need them, and if something is needed by the society, then it's also sustainability is much easier to keep up because the municipalities kind of feel that oh, that's a shame not to keep up the infrastructure, or the bridge is broken and they don't do anything, or the mark is broken, and also the locals, if they want these trails, and that is more question of the acceptance of the locals, because the trails get coastal hiking last year, it was 300,000 hikers. That's quite a number, yeah. So on the coast, we have to I think fight more for acceptance of the locals to want these trails, to want these hikers, those who are not businesses, who are spending a June, July on luxury villas and with the high fence. That we I think more to fight as a sustainability of the infrastructure of the trails, which is popular for the society. And another thing I just a proof that this is going to be changed and going to be important, that my colleague Anna, she's actually a marketer, I'm just an old vice manager of the Laukceļotājs, but she tells that this is already happening, that actually trails are where people date nowadays, where people meet each other, and I think Scandinavian colleagues can I know that story from Norway, that they go up in the mountain cabins, and when you overnight there, you pay some fee for being a member, and then you can overnight for free, and then you see if it's free or not, and then you put on, if you are free, then you have a green hat, and if you are busy, then you have a red hat. So we are not engineers or creating something new. This is a lifestyle. And that is something really important to see, that it's going to change also in our society little by little. And
fantastic.
Free market is the thing which changed the services, which changed the needs, the demands, and so on.
I would listen and listen to this. Kenneth, you were raising your hand.
Yeah, a lot to say, but I have, thank you for that. Yeah, I would like to point out that there is like a balance between the number of visitors, of course, and what the environmental dimension of the sustainability can handle. And for example, I know going to Compostela, that compared to the early 90s, where there maybe were like 300-400 people a year, and now it's like 300,000 people a year, and that has been and is quite a tough question for the trail to figure out, of course. So for sustainability, it's important to think like from the beginning, when the construction of a trail, for example, we know that the loss of soil during a long-term use is the biggest problem, you can say, and that is depending on how you construct the trail itself, where if you go directly up over hills or sideways, for example. So there's a lot to do. And as I said earlier, I would say it again, because we had quite recently, there was a study from the University in Gothenburg, and there was one report from Denmark as well that confirmed the need from public organizations, from trail organizations, to actually have resources to work with the trails, to secure financing, to have resources, and to have like a flexible management that are actually seeing what is happening now, and have the possibility and the knowledge to change the behavior also with the management, so to meet the visitors and their needs, and of course the need of the planet itself. Yeah, without and I think like if we have a view of seeing the whole picture of the trails, what can happen in society if we have trails in good conditions and people are using them. We see, like for example, from Finland, that you use the hospitality industry actually in the sustainability thinking, because the main issue is people wearing down nature is when they are wild camping, and so it's positive to have the visitors to use the local hostels, guest houses, whatever. And you can also see that the return on investment totally is much higher when there is entrepreneurs in the area. So and the entrepreneurs attract visitors. So there's and you can use that in the work also with connected to sustainability.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Povilas, your final words on sustainability, the future of the trails and hiking. How do you see it from your point of view?
Yeah, so I think everything will be good with the forest trail, but what is needed done, so people should know about this trail, because people are going like for hike to Santiago, and just because they don't even know that in Lithuania are trails, or in Latvia or in Estonia. So yeah, people, I think not all know how to find the information. So the information about trails should find the people, yeah, somehow. And yeah, and the community is growing right now, so there will be more and more hikers in Lithuania and in all Baltic countries.
Okay, thank you very much. And Agne, your final observation? Sustainability, future.
Okay, I can choose now my favorite theory. Okay, I like our colleague from Geological Travel says about intellectual traveling. Of course, it was addressed to the tourists, to the hikers, but from our small entrepreneurs side, I always see what we need to be more intellectual ones. Also, we should take care about those roads, to show them to the tourists, to invite people, to use them as attraction for the people who are coming to us. If we can, so we should push local governments to keep the roads, to survive them and to make them sustainable. So my last word is yes, for all of us to be more intellectual travelers, to be more intellectuals, hospitality businesses and guides, and let's be sustainable and keep the nature.
Okay, thank you very much. The time is up. I thank you very much, my colleagues here on both sides. There was no separation, there was only unity here, because we all know that the hiking unites, the hiking open up the borders, and as Povilas said, nobody knows about Miško takas or Jūrų takas, because it's being opened only today. So thank you very much, and let's talk about it. Let's talk about it and let's work on it.